City. I'm very sorry to be saying Assalamu alaikum to you this late. I have lots of people, and I may meet some on the wayside, and they will detain me. So I'm very sorry. Ask you to pardon me for being late. I can't make up for lost time. I heard that long ago, that you can't make up for lost time. But I can do as much as I can in the time that I'm here. I will try to do as much as I can. Oh, just look at the people. If you say that I'm not a big man, I say I'm not no little shot. You know, lots of people love to meet a group like you. Lots of teachers out there want such group as you to talk with this afternoon. But you stop by this number, and now I beat them to you. I don't want you to think that I have been playing around. Oh, no. I've been very busy. There were two people out in front of my house. I didn't get a chance to speak with them. They were from Egypt. And there was more that was driving around and trying to get a chance at me to probably prevent me from getting here. So I kept hiding from them. I want you are my people, and I am your teacher. And I have something to teach you that others don't have. So I'm very sorry that I'm a little late. But maybe if I had not heard that I had so many good visitors here, I would not have come down. I would have stayed away until next Sunday. But when the brother kept reading off the type of people that I'm looking for, I said, oh yes, let's go. Doctors, dentists, I don't know whether we need this fellow or not. It's a psychotic. We don't make them no patient like that here. Economics, we like you, and accounting, we kind of like you if you count up yours first. Hospital administrators, yes, sir. We like you if you help us to buy this hospital. Bank tellers, yes, sir, we love you. But put your money in first. Well, I just want to say to you that I have the professional people that I have been looking for about near 40 years. So I am told now you are here. Attorneys, stockbrokers, well, attorneys, we like you whenever we get in trouble. But we don't want no attorney as long as we stay out of trouble. Stockbrokers, yes, we like you too. But you put your money in first. Real estate, yeah, we have a lot of real estate we are now after purchasing between $2 and $3 million here on the east side of Cottage Grove. That's the first step we are taking. And we have gotten some of it down and looking for the ground to be broken on this $2 or $3 million. But we have further on down about $10 million. And we expect to get it in shape pretty soon. We are not promising you something. We do it whether you help us or not. And we have these professional people with us this afternoon, and I want you to know that I thank you for your presence. We need you. We've been looking for you. So we had to hush up $4 or $5 million worth of church house to get you to see us. But we are here. We've been looking for you a long time. If we had had you years ago, we'd have had this house here maybe for the school children. We would have built lots more. I want to thank you professional people for paying us a visit this afternoon. Real estate people and nurses and construction engineers. We want you special. This is what we want to do right away. The main thing about our construction of that which we are now clamoring for, to lay on the foundation of what we want. We cannot say all the time that we have the material. If you have the material, you will get a lots of work from this little boy and his followers immediately. The only thing that happens with us, when they learn that you are going to help build what Elijah and his followers want to be built, they want to claim they don't have the material. Wait until we get right in the midst of it, the building going up, and then he claims he don't have the material to let you have. This is to slow you down, and especially that fast racer Muhammad. They want to slow me down. And I want to accelerate our speed. We are slow, and they want to slow us down. You professional people, I would like for us to have a private meeting together so that we can understand each other. I'm not slighting you. No, sir. And if we could have a little small meeting together, we can better understand each other when I explain to you. And if you are able to go ahead after that meeting, you will see yourself on our jobs all over the country. We're not trying to build here in Chicago alone. We have $2.5 million worth of building to do in Phoenix. It's already carved out, ready for you to come in. I love you. I love to give you work if you can get around the other fellow and get the material. See, this is the thing. It's the material to build with. When he find out that you are trying to build for me and he wants the big job himself, he know we have an awful big job to last for a few years, and he don't want our contracts to go to you. And I want you to get with me and let's get behind the door and whisper to each other. Construction engineers, salesmen, carpenters, contractors, we have your job and plenty job for you to last you not for a month or two, but for years. We're going to build the country for ourselves wherever we stop. There is no one that will stop us and can stop us but God alone. He has a mighty big mouth on him. Yep, takes one for you. Yes, sir. Union leaders, I want to say to you, we can't use union leaders that is mixed up with white unions because they don't like us. Therefore, I have to tell you outright, we don't need unions. We're going to agree and do right by each other anyway. So we don't need unions. Unions is good for people that want to keep their word. Mathematical management, scientist, designer, yeah, we certainly need you. Yes, sir, we will talk with you. General administrators, we need you. Politics and public affairs, well, yes, we can use you to get out of that kind of world. But we are not setting up no such on the scale that you have and been well acquainted with. We know we have to enter politics somewhere, but we don't want the kind of politics that this man has set up for you. We don't want to follow that way. I am now getting for you a tip-off of clean politics from the nations of Asia and portions of Africa. And this politic will make you a better man for yourself. They don't have the robbery, deceiving politics that you are born under here, under American way of politics. We don't want no thieves in our nation. As it is written, that Jesus said, I said the same. All before me, he said, was thieves and robbers. Jesus could not have said that, because that would have meant all prophets before him was thieves and robbers. But I can say, and absolutely prove it, we don't want to build a nation on no such base as who can rob the other the quickest and get the most. We want to build up a nation with a clean heart and hands to deal with their people in the way of justice and righteousness. We don't want no robbery. We can't use a rob after we have already been robbed to death by our enemy, the slave master's children. I can hurry and get over this by saying, everybody here, I think we can use, Brother Secretary, contractors, general administrators, mathematical management and scientists. We can use these people. This is what we like, to move forward ahead. It is the proper person. The professor that we are looking for, they always has been running from us. So if you are here this afternoon, we are ready to write you down on our book that you are one of ours. We cannot promise you a roll of money in both hands until you make it. You got to help us to make that money. We don't have it rolled up over here waiting for you to come and use it. No, we want you to help get that money. I have good credit throughout the world. I can borrow money at no limited time, but I want you to help me to pay it back. We want to build a world for the black man. The white world is moving off of the scene. You don't know it. Come on and I will show it to you. You got to do something for yourself or else. I'm not talking to hear my voice. I'm talking to hear your voice. We got got to do something for self. I have the key to that darn for self. If you will come and get yours, I have it. At the present time, as you probably know, that Asia is for the first time uniting herself for Asia. Here we, poor, forgotten people in America, singing, oh, glory to Allah, glory to the Lord, glory to Jesus, and doing nothing about making that glory. Make your glory for yourself. And stop laying around the other fellow's gate, begging him to make you a glorious place. I think that you know that we, that is called Muslim and is Muslims, and you are one, but you don't know it. We are going ahead trying to till the earth, where I told you a few years ago that that's where everything comes from. Your food, your clothes, your shelter, all comes from that place we call farm. We can be too proud to be called farmers. But I said today have arrived that if you don't have a farm, you won't live off the other farmer. So you've got to have a farm to eat. You've got to have a farm to wear good clothes. You've got to have a farm to live in a good home. So I say, let's get ready. Go to the farm. We have entered into the farming area. We are trying now to grow everything that means good for us. Come out and help us. We will hire you. We need your skill. Don't give it back to those people who taught you how to farm in their schools, the agriculture schools of the enemy. You'll go and get the knowledge, but go for yourself after you get it. We are on a beeline in Alabama for Tuskegee. By this time, another year, we hope, don't it? Yes, we can buy it. If it will go on sale, and I think I'm sneaking around the right way now, knocking on the back door. You know, if you're seen going in the front door, they talk too much. Go to the back door. So we want Tuskegee. I talked with one of the officials. I said, about how much would the devil charge us to get in there? He said, about $10 million. I said, to him, I said, tell him to start writing it up. I want to say to you, without saying one false word, I have the world back of me. They want me to chop up this country for you and me. I'm not biting no lips nor tongues. They want this country for you, and they are offering me help. Sometime when you have fine property and people keep on after you to sell, and you don't sell, they start another way to get your property. So I think we should meet with the salesmen and not with the other fellow. What we look like here, millions of black people in America walking around begging for a good house to live in, begging for a stove, begging for a little old place to put up a supermarket. If you are super enough, that market is already out there. Fine, educated people here, all types of educated people. And I'm running around here for years looking for them. I thank Allah for this house, that this house has drawn to us today this type of people. And that as Allah lives, we're going to put these professional people to work for self. Yeah, you work for yourself and us. We will live. We're going to put these professional people to work for self. Yeah, you work for yourself and us. We will be benefited if you step up in your office over here with the crescent around the door someplace. Think about just a few of us here this afternoon in the way of about near a couple of thousand, about that number. That's no people at all when we got millions of them. We have millions of people in America that want to see the nation of black men up doing something for himself, building his own jobs. We build them for ourselves, and we're just a small group. We build our own jobs. We're not thinking about unemployment. We are thinking over employment. I'm not trying to show off. But stick around where we are working, and you will say, yes, he's making jobs for himself and others. We don't have enough applying for jobs to our employment office that want to work. Did you know we have some lazy people? You go give him a job and he lay down and go to sleep on it. I wish you professors will join up with me and help me to put this nation at work. We can make jobs on top of jobs. Where would the money coming from us? Where did the money come from that the white man build jobs for himself and us? Oh, we should think that we are the original people of the earth. And why cannot we do a better job than he? I don't want to eat up this mic. But I get busy. When I see you, I just get nervous. Want to see us together to build up a nation. We've been freed for the last 100 years or more. What have we made for ourselves? Nothing but trouble. Trying to force the white man to build jobs for us. We go to war with him. If you don't make a job for me, Mr. White Man. If he has freed you, you make your own jobs. But if you think you are not free and you want to be a slave right on for him, then you go and tell him that I'm still your slave, make me a job. But I don't believe in being a slave forever. Let me loose, I'm going to run. Get away from your slave house. See if I can't build one for myself. You business men and great educators, I said all we need to do is to get together and agree on what we shall do first. Because you know how to do this thing. All we need to do is just get together and know from each other where we're going to start from. I am ready. I have the door open. And I know you and I can agree. Because you have similar ideas as I. And since we have the same idea, we got to agree. Or you say, this is a little fella popping off around here. We want to go over to Mr. Ford, and we want to go over to General Motors. Let us get started over there with them and make them richer. My beloved brothers, what is coming on now is going to drive you to the break wagon if you don't get up and do something for yourself. The uniting of Japan, China, and the other little allies, they're uniting together to deal with self. not with white people. If white people want to come in, they must come in by what they offer them. This is something the East have not been done. But now they are ready to push the West out of the East so that they can do business with each other. And they have plenty of that each other over there. Hundreds of millions of people. They are sick of the West. And they're going to push the West out so that the East can be East. Believe it or not, this is directly, as you call it, in a slang, from the horse's brow. I can say with the truth, I can get you today anything out of the East you want. If you don't run around in front of me with your market basket, trying to get it filled up. But you're going to have a hard time trying to do foolish things these days and time. If you want to do business, get together and do business on a wholesale way and not on no little piece retail way. I have the door open for you now. You can get anything you want for little or nothing if you come to me. I will get it for you. I'm always kissing this mic here. Building us a hospital here on the south side, that should be a must. Why you want to run to your enemy's hospital when you have good trained nurses and doctors? You have doctors throughout the world who will be willing to come here, take care of you, even at no pay, some of them. They love you just that much to try to see that you are cared for right. You have a lot of them working in other hospitals here before your face and mine. They're hardly a little clinic what you don't find a foreign nurse, if not a doctor. They want to see you taken care of. I know all of this going on, and I have the key to it. Now I want us to get us a hospital with about 500 beds and put our black doctors and nurses in there, regardless to where they come from. They're sitting around watching us, waiting for us to do something of the kind so they can get in there and take care of you to keep you from falling into the hands of your enemies. What do you look like out there fighting your enemy and then asking him to heal you and nurse your wounds? If you and me are fighting and you wound me You could continue to wound me if I fall in your arms to be healed. You know we are silly people, over average silly. I'd rather rear up a tent and put some logs down there, and put some mattress on top of them, and let my own brother wash clean the wound and pour in his medicine. Then ask the same man that I'm fighting to do so. Have you ever thought of this? You fighting the enemy and run to him to heal your wounds. This is really ignorant. Shall we not get together and build us up some kind of shelter to heal our wounds? Certainly we shall do so. I feel so cheap talking with the devil, and he has all the places to be cared for, the wounded, sick, lame, and everything. We have to go to him. Furnish us doctors. When we have a black doctor right behind us, will make us feel better that he's waiting on us. Black nurse, we feel better. Let her wait on us. Do you not see how dumb we are? We are pretty ignorant. And this big old wide USA. And every corner we look in, or every square foot, we find the enemy against us. And yet we won't build up a hospital so that we can take care of our own selves. Try and do these things, or wait around and it'll be too late. And then you will cry, oh, woe is me, that I let such opportunity that Elijah Muhammad was teaching me to take hold of. And I fooled around and didn't do nothing but depend on the white man. Build up something for ourselves. And then the nations of the earth will recognize you as they are recognized themselves for doing for self. No need to say you don't have a chance. Oh, yes. We break the chain, brother, and come on out of it. We don't have nothing that's binding us that we cannot destroy and free ourselves. I want you to remember this. You are a little too happy to do temporary things. We don't want no temporary here. We want permanent. The professional people that I see written down here, we could take these people and build the finest nation that's on earth. But if we cleave our tongue to the roof of our mouth and won't let it speak for self, and tie our hands behind us so the hands won't do for self, you can expect to suffer. Now in the South, we do have their farms that when we harvest them, we expect to eat, and you eat too. So since that you will eat too, help us to work that point. We certainly need you that know something about airplanes. We got to have these planes that rolls on the air instead of the ground. We do have this in mind now about getting some planes that will take us around, and we hope to find you ready for that job of flying them. Oh yes, we have one poor pitiful plane, and we want it to get some mate for itself. Yes. A job of flying them. Oh yes, we have one poor pitiful plane, and we want it to get some mate for itself. Yes. And we want you to learn how to fly. If you don't know, learn. I have a grandson. I'm trying my best to make him learn to be a great flyer. He's flying now, planes, but I want more of it. We want flyers that will train to fly planes overseas. Not just round here over the city, getting it and going on over the world like other nations. The worst thing that you can do is to set up union, labor union, leaders among yourself. This brings the other fellow in, and he knows how to set the trigger for you to fall all the time. We have no right to have a union if we're going to deal with each other on the base of freedom, justice, and equality. So I'm asking you here this afternoon, you educators, you teachers of labor science, mechanical science, and work. I have lots of untrained people with me that want to learn these jobs. If you will look down on poor little brother and say you was not as fortunate as I was, come on here. In this old barn or anywhere here, let us get together and fix up something. And go for self. I know it looks hard, educators, professional people, for you to drop down among uneducated people to try to build them up, but they are your brother as well as mine. I'm making them to grow up over here. I just need your help, your learning, and we'll have a nation prepared and fitted for the world of nations' recognition. It's just you don't want to go into the job of associating with little poor brother because you have your degrees from high educated centers of this people, and you don't want to drop back to make some for yourself. These people I have learned, professor, educator, to be the most surest friend if you will take a little time in training. You really have yourself something when you train one of these. But if you look all the time for your equal or match, then you're going to run into argument, disagreement, breaking up of unions, and whatnot. But if you make him for yourself, he's yours, and he loves you. You've got something that you can depend on. Will you agree with me, you professional people who have your list here in our hands of what you can do? Will you agree with us to have a special meeting to ourselves and get down to what we must move off first? I know you're not too good a Christian nor a Muslim. You know, my father, he was a Baptist preacher. I used to chase him after he preached to question him on his sermon. So I'm still doing that. Let us have a special meeting for special things, not have an open meeting saying what we're going to do and do nothing. Let's go get in a room and sit down face to face and tell each other what we can do and what we must do right away. This is the way to get business started. You can't start business hailing each other across the street. We got to get in a room someplace and look each other in the eye and tell each other what each can do and what each can't do. And if we can't do the thing that we want done, we'll go out and look for that fellow. Fine, highly educated people, no work to do. Their work is getting off fast. The devil have unemployment in your office. He don't know what to do with his own unemployed professional people. This is why they are having so much trouble in the school. They want something to do when they get their diplomas, their degrees. But where are you going to get that something to do if you don't make it for yourself? You've got to make it for yourself, gentlemen. If you don't make it for yourself, who is going to make it for you? When America's now is faced with the worst problem she ever had, that is unemployed from her armed force. When they come back home, what is she going to give them to do? This means a war then at home. They're going to start fighting for something. And America knows that she's in trouble. Sending these unemployed soldiers back home to do nothing. She's in trouble. She don't know what to do with these people. You don't believe it, right to Washington, to the Labor Department there. They will tell you. We have people all over. We have some there. We got to work like this in order to keep pace with our enemies. So if you will join up with Elijah Muhammad for a better tomorrow for self, come on over. My office is open. And since that you got the moist schooling of the enemy educational system, I said, come and I'll show you how to use it if you don't know. The only thing that we want is togetherness and agree on what we do, and we don't stop until we do it. If I can get this far, think over it. If I can get this far with the $4 million building standing on its floor and roofed over my head for my few little followers, if I can stand here and tell you that we have several thousand acres under cultivation for bread and for meat for us, if this little fella can do that, with your big self, we can do much more. Why should we continue to dislike each other when we are brothers? While the white man likes American white man, he likes a European white man, he likes an Australian white man, he likes white people all over the world. Well, why should not we like black people all over there? We are hard to agree with some for thinking over the heartless, merciless, blue-eyed devils. We want to please them first. Then if you have any pleasing left, you'll take it over for self. But I first must please my white enemies. This is the way you work. I say, friend, we are Muslim. We are not scared of the devil, nor are we scared of his hell. I will take the blame. You don't have to take it. Come on and follow me. and I will take the blame. What can you do? Plenty. With the help of my God and others, I can do plenty. And is doing plenty. You're so afraid that you're going to go hungry, or you're going to lose the prestige among white people. We will never get no place like that. Look at that small Japanese people now. Very small people. But nevertheless, he got sense enough now to unite again with his own. He yelled over there before the last war, Asia for Asiatics. Asiatics is for Asia. Until they give them a deaf ear, and then the enemy all but run them out of Asia. Now he sang that song, he got plenty ready now to unite with him and say Asia is for Asia. He laid hold on his big brother the other day, China. China laid hold to his little brother, Japan. Now here we are, a little people here, numbering somewhat around 30 million, and see that we are destroyed by self. Let us unite. If you see a root cracking the earth in your midst that look like to you it will bear fruit, why don't you come on and let's cultivate that little old root there and make him to bear us fruit? It's a shame for me to stand here before you professional people and talk of getting together and building up from slavery people, united into a nation of progress and success for self. You should be standing up here where I am. Telling us what to do. But you got a little uneducated man that God looked at him. These are the words that he said to me. He said, will you come and help me to put our people on top of civilization? I said, yes, sir, if you back me up and guide me. Yes, sir. So as it written, the sound, the Bible said, went throughout the earth. Yes, sir. Great people rose up. God pointed the messenger out to them. He said, see, they all come to thee. They all bow down to thee. That's in your Bible. And this is true. This is one reason I'm late today. I have people over there. I brought the nurse along. She can bear me witness. Out there in the street, waiting to get a chance to talk to this little boy. Highly learned scientists heard of me. They coming up every day or two. Want to see the little man that you call Elijah Muhammad. Africa is mine. Thank you. This is no fun, jokes. It's mine. They opened that door for me anywhere over there to build Africa. If I had sent thee to a strange nation, foreign language, they would have heard. This is Bible. But I sent you to the rebellious house of Israel. The rebellious house of the black man in America. That's who he's talking about. Not Israel, but it's you. They would have heard you. And that's easy to prove today. From Texas, the shore of Texas, down through the little islets falling off at your feet, around to the Cape of Good Hope. You have brothers. They're just like that. Just so happy to fall in the circle with Muhammad. I say, my friends, in my conclusion, let us get over here in a room someplace. This house got a lot of. Let us sit down and talk and agree on how to build up the black man in America. We can't build him up by letting him carry his bottle of hard corn and rye whiskey. He'll never be anything carrying that kind of fire water. We get together and stop him from drinking it. When he get over here, under the crescent, he's willing to stop. He feel too dignified to make a fool out of himself. But under the cross, he don't care. So I would advise you, after meeting with you here today, my fine, beloved brothers of the educational centers of America, let us get together and make our people a number one people that the whole world will respect. Let us take our woman out of the world, put her in her own world, and love and make something out of her. We can do it, as you see a sketch of the work that I'm doing, and they are falling for it. They're not turning it down, they're accepting it. Come on over, you brother and sisters, and help me to make a nation that is unsurpassed by any nation on the earth. That's what we have to do now, since that the enemy of ours made us unwanted, unrecognized, by all societies of the earth, people. We got to regain our place in society. And you're capable of doing it. If I can give you a sample, how come you now can't make the goods? If I, so little learned man among you, have now taken some of the worst ever lived and got over here to the machine, and I'm making them better dresses, and they like them. Why cannot you help me do this? You know how. Don't think that the enemy now will not recognize you. He will respect you if he respects me. What God has taught me, you and I can force him to respect us, because we have better knowledge of cleanliness, better knowledge of what we need in the field of mathematics, better knowledge, such things as the pen. You are the best in all of that. Let us get together, brother, and let the world know that we are capable of demanding respect. Yeah. We won't wait for you to respect us on your initial step. We'll do that ourselves. We will force you to do it. Now, my beloved brothers and sisters, I know you about tired of me. I came in a little late. But this time that we are living in is both love and hate. Love is growing among us, wherein that it never was before. And hate is growing in among us, where it was never before. We just learned the source of our trouble. That is, loving an enemy who was born, made to be an enemy for us. We love it and calling ourselves following after Jesus and Christ and what not. Jesus hated the devil himself. And he wrote it that if you love the devil, you will not see the heavens. And these words, he that loved this world, think over that. He's an enemy to God. And that's right. I can talk to you long time, because I have so many different conversations stored up for you. I think professional people that you should join up with the Muslims. Not wait for the Muslim to join up with you. No, we can't join with you. We will go right back in slavery. But if you feel like that you want to lead and preach to your people, come over here and I will teach you how. To get you a house full overnight. You let me teach you how to preach and what to preach. I will assure you I have a house full overnight. Because you don't have so many at your churches. We pass by them daily. But if you come and accept your own, which is Islam, and go back to your church and start preaching it, you'll fill your church up. The people is waiting for something now. They don't want that slavery stuff. Telling them that they got to die to go to heaven. They want some of this heaven they see, not the heaven that they are not sure of. If he dies, he can't come back and tell you whether you told him a lie or the truth. So I say, brothers, let us get together on what we see and not what we are promised that we will see after we are dead. There is no man never lived and died that came back. When he's dead for sure, go call him all you want to. Go lie down in the grave with him. He don't answer. One or two words can stop that kind of teaching. Brother, show me one that was once dead and he went back to the earth and he's now living. Show him to me. Jesus rose from the dead. Tell him to show him to you. What is meant when the scholars and scientists said Jesus rose from the dead? It means a man with the ideals and the teachings that Jesus wanted to give us, but he was before time and he died. It means... So we want to say to you that there is no such thing. Nobody has been put down in the earth and someone said, dust to dust. He returned to that which we taken him from. He come out of the earth, now we return him to the earth. No one has ever seen one come out of the grave. You can say you dream something like that, but dreams is not always true. If Jesus came back, none of us have met him yet. And all the prophets of old, they all died. And the creator of this heaven and earth that we live in, he died. We don't meet with him. We have not met him. No, sir. I want to teach you these things that you have misunderstood it. There's no such thing as a human or no flesh a no life. Let it be whatever life it may be. After it dies, it don't come back. Don't come. So the white man taught you this, but you didn't ever know what he meant by this. He meant this, that you are dead, nigger, now. But you can live again, because you are God's people and he's coming after you one day and take you away from me. And then you will come alive in the knowledge of what I have done in keeping you like you are. Now today is the resurrection of the dead. The resurrection of the slave mental dead. You are the mental dead, not physical dead. Mental dead. Blessed is he, the Bible says, that dieth in the name of the Lord. You and I died in the name of the Lord. Henceforth, says the Spirit, shall live again. Because he's already from God and he just died in the knowledge of his God. So he's going to be awakened one day and he will live again. What says the Scripture in another place, referring to his apostle? He is my firstborn, the first to rise from the dead. I called him, and he answered me. Now I'm going to give him the key, so that he may call others, bring them to life. My beloved brothers and sisters, I say at this time that we have had a nice time, a good, sensible union time. We're uniting with each other as we understand. We unite. I'm put here by God himself There's no class of scholars and scientists that they could say that they had anything to do with my mission. And yet I work, and as the book say concerning God, who shall hinder me? I do my work that is assigned upon me to do for you, and there is no scholar or scientist of this devil can stop me or any other nation. It is the very first time since we have risen from servitude slavery that you had a man that was not educated in the schools of the slave master, but stand before you with more power than any professor of the land. There's nothing that you want to do in a way of self and building a nation like all other nations have built for themselves that we cannot do today if you will just accept my advice. You have the education, and I will show you how to rule. Take over the world. Ask some of the scientists about Elijah Muhammad. Ask them, do you think he's on the way to build up a nation of his people? They will say yes. Any scientist of the black man, yellow man, if you go ask him these words, he will tell you, yes, I heard of him. Just as your Bible teaches you, in a kind of a symbolic language, he said the sound went throughout the earth. Meaning that the news of this man's work, his teaching, has now been heard around the earth. And it is. You certainly don't have a frightful rabbit man that will run every time he hears a hound bark. I will teach you how to chase the hound and let the rabbit bite him. Instead of he biting the rabbit, make the rabbit bite the hound. I have enjoyed myself. I don't believe I have ever enjoyed talking with the people in such short a time and being late at that. I'll be your defender if the chief says that you are late. Tell him to see me. I have just the type of professional people here on this paper that I'm looking for. Don't be surprised if you don't receive a letter from me. I would like to write you. You write me. My address is 4847 Woodlawn. 4847 South Woodlawn. My telephone number is also very easy to remember. Drexel 30234. Just start counting. You got my telephone number. Call me or write me. If you call for good, you will receive good. If you write for good, you will receive good writing. 4847 South Woodlawn. Elijah Muhammad. I'm known all over the earth, and why? One brother was in Russia, and he was talking with some Muslims there, and they remind him of some Muslim being here. He said, "Oh, you're talking about Elijah Muhammad?" "Yes." "Is that his name?" "Yes, yes." He said he didn't never meet with such clamoring people for Muhammad. He said, I wanted to learn how could they get in touch with me. Yeah, we have lots of Muslims in Russia. And we have lots in China. Come on, if you would like to be known, come follow me and the world will know you. As you are professional people and like to do your job as professional people, please contact me by mail or call me over your phone. I will answer you. Let us get together and build something out of the American slave people, that the world will be happy to meet them as they are us. Come on, all of you men and women that have professional diplomas, professional degrees, let's get together and make glad our people as they will tip their hat, scrape their feet to you to build them up. I have untold amount of material to give you to build them up. Come on, let us unite together and make a nation out of ourselves that the world will respect. As I said to you, I think it's time for us to go home and see what Mama have on the stove. If she don't have nothing on there that is ready to be dined off on, then Dad didn't bring her nothing. Well, I'm sorry if the deputy sheriff back here wants to hurry and handcuff me so I can go home. So they can. I have untold amount of material to give you to build them up. Come on, let us unite together and make a nation out of ourselves that the world will respect. As I said to you, I think it's time for us to go home and see what Mama have on the stove. If she don't have nothing on there that is ready to be dined off on, then Dad didn't bring her nothing. Well, I'm sorry if the deputy sheriff back here wants to hurry and handcuff me so I can go home, so they can go home. So I'm going to let them go home and let us meet again here soon. Anytime you want me, that's all I do. Look around for someone to teach. So you call me anytime you want to, and I will be ready to answer your call. So I thank you for your patience and your endurance here with me this afternoon. Hope to see you soon. Thank you. Thank you. What a beautiful people. What of a beautiful sight. You standing upon me. And I am one before you. Yeah, I want to applaud you for coming out to listen to me. Oh, what a beautiful people. Please, let us unite and let the world know that we have sense enough to recognize and respect each other. That's what they charges us with, not having respect for self and others. I really thank you. Oh, pardon me, brothers and sisters. My son just told me that there is one or two press people here would like to ask me a question or say something to me to let us get together. So if you're here, yes, sir. Come right over, brother. Yes, sir.
She wants her tape, right? Give me the tape. Give me the tape. Ask for the next one. Then she, okay. They have, well, she has a question. She has a tape she'd like to get there, possibly. Is there any other? There were two of them, sir. Any other reporters? Yes, ma'am. Sister, come right up. Yes, ma'am.
Come right on over.
Come right up. Come right up. Yes, come on. Yes, come on.
Mr. Muhammad, thank you very much for inviting me here. I feel very honored to stand before you. Wonder if you could tell me about progress on hospital and also on the land you're buying in South Cottage Grove.
We're trying with all our might to get these two institutions going as soon as we can get enough money to lay the foundation. We are doing that daily. And if you're good at words with a good swift tongue, we would love to have you among us to help us get to the people. Anyone else?
The Apostle, she would like to know if she could have your voice taped for the black community to put on the air at home. Just a short message for them from you,
Yes.
sir.
Yes, sir. No.
Yes, sir, the mic is on.
Okay. Pardon me? Take this that's on the tape from me. Yeah. of today's meeting. My dear beloved brothers and sisters, you will work one man to death if you do that. See, if we make a take for you, someone else would want one. You see? So you work him to death like that. Yes. So get one from this. I thank you. Assalamu alaikum. You may be seated. It wasn't me now. You know I can't walk out here. And you know I don't drive. But I'm very low. So don't blame me for being late. Blame the labels. I was sitting there waiting. And the captain sitting right down under me, and I didn't know it. That's terrible. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, all holy praises due thee, dear Allah, the Lord of the world. I am very happy, my brothers and sisters, to see you sitting here like vessels around a fountain that is empty and need to be filled. Well, I have the water. All I've been looking for is vessel to pour it in. I don't know practically what to start on first. You would say, start on the Lord, start on Allah. That's the first thing to start on is right. So I shouldn't say I never know what to start on. Because at this time, I didn't mean to say at this time I'm coughing. At this time we are living, it is the time of the removal of the old world and bringing a new world. This is why you are sitting in the temple of Islam and not in a church. Though the building was built for a church, but since a different believing people has moved in it, we cannot no more give it the name of the Christians' houses of worship. They call them church. Sometime I'll be talking with some of them, and they refer to our temples as a church. They're so used to calling some spiritual meetings and meeting houses to church. But this is no more church. This is a temple of Islam. You say, what is Islam? Islam is the religion of God. If we want to say it in that plain way so you can understand. But Islam is the nature of God. Islam is the first and the last religion of man, if there ever be a last. We're not looking for it to become a change religion. It can't change unless we change God. And that will never happen. So therefore we have a eternal religion. A religion that will never leave us unless we destroy ourselves. This is why the moon was up there that you see, and the devil has been to it to be sure it's real. It was a wise Muslim God that wanted to make and change all the people into one in everything, even into the language that they speak dialects. He didn't want no dialects. He wanted everybody to speak the same. So Allah taught me. And who is better known than He? So He said that once upon a time that there lived a God on this planet, that He wanted all the people, regardless of what part of the planet they lived in, He wanted them to speak the same dialect. And He couldn't do that. As we understand today, actually, the change of atmosphere in certain parts of the earth, the people there just cannot speak the same language of those where we came from. It's due to the changing of the atmosphere, temperature, and the ever-moving about of the people from each other, that they acquires a different dialect in their talk or languages. So we cannot never make a difference there, or nor can we ever make the people to speak the same language. Look in the South, how you used to speak there. When you get up here in the North, for a while, your dialect begin to change. Well, that is something in the change of the atmosphere you moved into. It's not the same. Since our life depends upon the life breath or breathing we're taking in and out. There's nothing that can possibly make a change but in the atmosphere that we breathe. So this man, before we had the quotation from Moon, he wanted everybody to speak the same dialect. So he got angry because that he couldn't make them do it. So Allah taught me, in the person of Master F. Muhammad, that this man said, well, I will destroy us all. That shows you how powerful a God is. He knows that He is God and having power over the earth and the heavens above the earth. He wants them to obey Him and the people that is on Him. So He set out to do so. So He started drilling in our planet. So Allah taught me in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, to whom praises is due forever. He began drilling in the planet. And he drilled like a man drilling for coal. He gotten somewhat near halfway the planet. Then he began to pack it full of fire explosion, dynamite. He said the dynamite was more higher explosive dynamite than we are using now. As the people he said uses about 70% dynamite, but they used 100% in splitting the earth in two and building mountains on top of the earth. Once upon a time, he says, we didn't have no mountain. The earth was smooth and round. So they didn't think that that was so good, nor educational. So they went over the planet with high explosive dynamite and dropped it here and there on the earth. And when they wanted to bring up a tall mountain, they would put a motor to the bum, or the bum to a motor, a depth motor that would go down into the earth, carry itself. So they put this to this depth bum, a little motor that when it strikes the earth, it goes on automatically when it hits the earth and takes this missile all the way down to the power that they made the bomb. And that power may be a mile, and it may be near 6 miles, but she will go down. Splitting all hard surfaces, rocks, the drill was made to not to give way, batter, we call it in common words. Go right on through anything that it strikes. It worked kind of like, he told me, or taught me rather, like a drill, air drill, that we use out here on the streets to crack up concrete. He said that's the way the drill worked on this bomb. And it would not stop until it got to the depth of its timing. So he said that depended on how tall the mountain they wanted. Everest, over in India, was the tallest mountain, he said, excuse me, that they brought up, somewhat near 6 miles. So they put these mountains on the earth, so the Holy Quran teaches you and the Bible that God place mountains on the earth. Then he told me who the gods was, and we see the mountains. And then he wanted me to be sure that I understood and would believe. He said, now, brother, if you take a little firecracker and build a mound of dirt over it and leave the fuse out and let go, you'll throw up a little mound of dirt with that cracker. He said, this is the way they put the mountains on the earth. They put bombs with motors on them, and they drop it at such height that they wanted this mountain to be. If it was a mile high, they dropped the bomb, timed by the motor that it's attached to go into the earth for 1 mile before it will explode. So now, in exploding these bombs, he said they had 100%, I think I told you, of dynamite. While that American scientists use 70% dynamite. He said these explosions of 100% dynamite will be put in the bombs that they use here. But they are not to bring up a mountain over 1 mile high. And that's the kind of mountain will follow the wake of their bombing of America. Go up 1 mile. Some will be destroyed, probably. That's already there. But these going to be new mountains. And it will kill the civilization for 50 square miles around. So, brother, don't be in the way of that bomb. A bomb hit the earth and go into the earth a mile. Then when it explodes, it sent up a mountain a mile high and killing the civilization around it. We said a crater that it made for 50 square miles. I don't think you such a runner that you could run out of the way. To fly out of the way, if a bomb can bring up earth from a depth of 1 mile, you must remember that you don't only get out of his way down here. The concussion from that explosion will spread out in the atmosphere. And if you are a mile or 2 up there, you're subject to be destroyed. So I say to you, as the Bible in Quran teaches us, He is all wise, referring to the God. He's the best knower, and He don't have to build up nothing to bring about His will. He just willed that these things take place, and that is. But they have prepared these bombs. They are really in reality, to let you know that 66 trillion years ago, that they did make mountains, they did part the earth, so that you won't have no such thought that God cannot do this and He cannot do that. You must know today. I will show you a little proof. Okay. He came and taught us what the moon was and how it came about. Then he let the devil go up there and test it to see that the matter of the moon correspond with the matter of the earth. And the devil found this to be true, because he brought back rocks from the moon that he tested with the rocks of the earth. The only difference it is that these rocks are nourished with water, but those rocks on the moon don't have any water now, but they used to have the same. You only want to prove to us and the enemy that he created heaven and the earth and he knows what's in them. Then the Holy One say, when he gets ready to destroy people, he opened the doors of heaven and let them see. And you're fixing to get away from here now, buddy. Just think over it. The enemy that we are referring to, the devil, he was made to try to prove God alive. That's what he was made for, brother. Everything God said, this is that, he will say, that is this. He tries to change. Everything that God makes, he tries to remake it. So you will worship what he made and not what God made. He's no fool. Don't worry about it. That you can go around just because you are directly from the Creator. You can't call him a fool. In wisdom, he is not a fool in wisdom. But he is no equal with the God, the Creator. But nevertheless, he is not a fool. He builds what we see from what we already had here. This is why we say he can't say that he made this, because all the material he used was material that we had already made. So he can't claim the Creator. Creator means one who creates a thing, not one who borrows the essence to build something out of, that the essence was made by someone else. You've got to create your own essence. And that's what God did. He did this out of nothing. The whole atmosphere was void of any matter till he made matter in the atmosphere. Think over these things. I'm teaching all right enough, but it may not be what you want. Just think over it. When the Bible reads, and the Lord made thus and thus, and the Lord created thus and thus, and the Lord said to thus and thus, be this or thus and thus. You're not talking about the devil. You're talking about the God of the black man. How powerful you are and didn't know it. And that he says here in the Bible, if you had the faith of 1/4 of a mustard seed, you could say to this sycamore tree, be thou plucked up and planted in the depths of the sea. It will be done. Think over that. Brother, these are wonderful things. And yet you are too proud and you can't make a flea. If you make a flea, he wouldn't bite because you couldn't put life. Well, it's just the truth. This is why we are teaching you these things. We want you to know God. Teach what God does. God means something of power, wisdom, knowledge, understanding. That's to God, superior to others. His knowledge of the creation is so excuse me, is so deep into the visibilities of things that we look upon that he has the power to make that thing do what he wanted to do. Because the Father is our own kind. This is what he wants to make out of you and me. Not just believers, but gods. Every one of you, according to what he has taught me, will be gods. I called myself one day, I said, I have known quite a bit from our Lord, so I think I'll try some of it out myself. And I did. I just said, I hope this will be thus and thus. And I went on and forgot about it. When I knew anything, it was just that. There is no doubt it is a true thing.
Yes, sir.
And there is no doubt we are gods.
Yes, sir.
But we lost our power and knowledge, like the parable of the Jesus made there. Salt is good so long as it have saving power.
Yes, sir.
But when it don't have no saving power, it's no good.
Right.
For nothing but to be thrown out and people trample it under the feet. This he was referring to us. We had power, and we are power if we are restored to what we originally were. But we have been robbed of power through depriving us of the knowledge of self. Wonderful thing. Just think about it, that you bowing to the creature. Excuse me. Bow. Pardon. Bowing to the creature instead of the Creator, you will fall. You are from the Creator, and this is a creature of the Creator. That you are also is the brother of the Creator. You should be able to agree too. to talk with you some of the wisdom of Allah, who has taught me that He would like to restore you. You'll read in the Bible it says He wants to restore you. You have lost everything of self. Now He wants to restore you back to self. When that you can do what we are preaching that He's doing if we will believe and follow Him. He didn't come here just to show us who He was. He come here to show us who we are, and then make us rulers. To be rulers over rulers, you have to have superior wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. I am very happy to read where here we have in our midst Mr. Charles Reynolds. I guess that's the proper way. Architect. Well, it's taken an architect to design the universe. After our first father formed and designed himself. Think of a man being able to design his own form. And he never saw another man before he saw himself. Powerful thing. Maybe it would be better. So Mr. Charles Benton, I guess that's the way, architect, we need many of you, because we are not only out to build some temples, we are out to build some towns and cities. Of our own design. Not out of design of Satan, who stole his design from us, but we want to create a new earth, a new us, and build a new world. Unlike Mr. Jacob's devil, we want to make a new world. You go by 4847 Woodlawn, you'll see some houses going up there, and the design, you never saw it before. So we're going to come down on the east side of Cottage Grove as far as we can. Some of the people backing out from selling to us now. You know, they're not backing out because they would not like to sell, but they want to rob you. When they learn that you seems to be successful, they want to add. One brother we decided on to be our real estate agent and also salesman. He goes to some people we had already been to. And he brought me back the price yesterday of the building that we wanted in that area. And there were some of them had went up almost triple. I don't think it was the seller. It was this brother who thought we really wanted it, and he got in with the seller and told him he can get him more. And that more was for himself.
Yes, sir.
We have some terrible people. That's why we can't get over with our works faster than we are doing. It's due to the fact that them that we think is brothers is in among us trying to rob us. Yeah, come over to rob his own brother. He don't care if we never have a world, just so long as he can get out of this world all he can. But I know all of these things. I don't say I have the power to say be and there it is. But I have the power from my God to make it hard for you.
Right.
Yes. You're trying to make it hard for me. I can make it pretty hard for you.
Yes, sir.
The man that is speaking, that you see stand here, acts and looks so common and foolish maybe to you. He held power with God, all right.
Right.
And when a man have power with God, why, he have power with a mighty good man. I don't have time to preach those shouting sermons for teaching you.
Right.
You need teaching. You don't need no jumping and hollering sermons. Or I could do it if I wanted to.
Yes, sir.
But I don't want to do that. You had too much of that. And now still with no knowledge. I want to teach you. That's what I want to do. We are telling the world that we want this and we want that. And we are asking you to help us to get this and that. We want airport. We want airplanes to go in and out of. In your mind, you just sitting waiting for us to do it, but not helping us to do it. We want you to help us to do these things, not come up just looking, waiting for us to do something. You help us to do it. I heard much of that kind of talk. They're waiting, let the Muslim do it. Help the Muslim to do it. As you are Muslim yourself.
Right.
Whether you believe in yourself or not. But you are born a Muslim.
Yes, sir.
You wasn't not made a Muslim. You were created a Muslim from the start. God himself was a Muslim. And all of his people is Muslim. So don't deny yourself and let the devil laugh at you.
Right.
As he's saying now, he wish he was a nigger. You want to show how less we care about being anything. Just watch us go where it's being taught that we are something.
Yes, sir.
And you'll see the last group a lot of times there, when you should not have been able to get on this ground.
Yes, sir. That's right.
For a man to stand on this platform, teach to you the depths of wisdom of God Himself and the beginning of creation, and how now He's about to destroy that which He made.
Yes, sir.
Not what He created, but what He made.
Yes, sir.
He made it from us, and we were already created.
Yes, sir.
Just taken and use human beings like you use cattle to change their breed. They are breeded from some other cattle. Okay, then you take him over here and breed him with this one. So this is the way people have been made into other people ever since the coming of Yaqub.
Yes, sir.
We never did have but one nation, one race. We didn't have a race, we had one nation. A race come from the makings of something from another.
Yes, sir.
So we are learning all of this wisdom today. We still walk the earth in humbleness. And that when we see a fool, we don't call him a fool.
Yes, sir.
We know how he became a fool.
Yes, sir.
It isn't call him a fool.
Yes, sir.
It is not his fault. So, my friends, I'm very happy at all times to go in great depths of the wisdom of God.
Yes, sir.
If you have the patience to wait and listen at it,
Yes, sir.
it's here. All you have to do, come get it.
Right.
There's so much that we need to know. We get impatient before ever that we learn what we should. We get too impatient. Well, you are like your enemy. The devil was created in haste because the time was urgent on him. If he didn't hurry, the other incoming God would be here before he could get started.
Yes, sir.
So he went in haste to build a world, and he didn't lose no time. God Himself told me that He didn't.
Right.
He said, brother, this devil has not lost any time. He said, he made good of the time that was given to him. And look what he has made. He said he have made himself powerful
Yes, sir.
and a beautiful kingdom,
Yes, sir.
a heaven for himself. And that's right. Look what we are doing here. Buying some of his work
Yes, sir.
and worshiping him. Now we got to build us something
Yes, sir.
so ourselves and others can worship.
Yes, sir.
Architects is always in demand in a country where there is always progress.
Yes, sir.
It's being made in that way. You cannot build up a town or city unless you have architects. You got to have the architect here. So we have them, and they are good, but they are a little handicapped by the enemy. The enemy owns all the material that the architect will design out for you. Now, for the building engineers to come and get the material to build what the architect has drawn out for you. Well, he will have to buy it from the enemy. And if the enemy gets angry with you, he will stop selling it to you. Well, he's already angry with you. He don't want you to go on just so far. When you're going to try to equal him or overcome him, then he goes to work then and get angry with you. Yeah, he don't want you to do that. Yes, sir. All praise is due to Allah. We want to do in words what he has done, that is, build towns and cities of our likings over the country, the land. We don't want his. We have lived in his. We have watched him build it, and we have acquired a better knowledge than he now. We can do a better job. This is what's hurting him. To see the slave rise up from under his feet and erect a piece of building, engines, to work for himself. It hurts him. Well, we watch you build and we see that we know how you build this. We can improve on it. That's what we are doing. Oh no, brother, I'm just getting started. I was late. Is Mr. Wendell Levis, air pilot, in our midst? Stand up. This is come on out here, brother, so these back here can. And there in front of those steps, right there in front of those steps in the center. Turn your face now to the people. This is our new pilot. He can fly so fast until I'm afraid to go up with him. So he's you all's pilot, not mine. He fly too fast. Isn't he a fine-looking pilot? Not that I'm afraid. I just don't fly much in nobody's plane. I won't be afraid as I am now when he's at the controls. We don't do a lot of talking and no work. We talk and we work. We're trying to build up a nation. We have secured the hangar for our planes. And that we want it so that you can get to your own airport as soon as they get over to their own, the white man's airport. We have this one not very far from us. Let's do something for self. This is what I'm preaching to you all the time. And I'm showing you that I'm taking a little bitty out of the cup all the time that has begun to feather. So there is nothing now you are waiting for unless you are waiting for us to build the whole entire world. Then you come in and sit down and do nothing. My friends, this is no day for us to lose time. We read now where the East, the Asiatics, of non-Muslim and of mixed Muslims, such places as Japan, Korea, and China, they are countries with mixed Muslims. But the country ruled by non-believers. But there is some Muslims there. Russia itself have millions of Muslims in it. But the Russians is the majority, and they rule. But we get along. You don't hear Russia talking about going to war with the Muslims. And any country would be a fool to go to war in this day and time with the Muslims. It is the Muslim that will be the rulers after the Christian world. We will rule the next world. We could have ruled it all the while, but we wanted to try our own self at being ruled by an inferior self. So we have learned the inferior self will never make a world of peace and happiness for the people. Because where there is disagreement, there is war. So we, the Muslim, we cannot by nature disagree on the subject of peace. We must have peace. So I said to you, brothers, educated brothers and sisters, join up with me and help me to put our poor uneducated people on top of the educated non-world. I'm quite sure that you said, there you go now. We'll be here till night. Oh no. You must remember it takes money to build. You got to pay not only for your material, you got to pay for your labor to build. People can't work for nothing, they will starve to death. So I say, let us unite together, brothers and sisters, call a meeting of your moist loin, and let us have a meeting out of the moist loin among us, and see what can we come to agreement on. that is the proper thing for us to do. Let me call you to a meeting, or you call me to your meeting on how to accelerate our program of doing something for self. I think everywhere we lay down a piece of timber or a piece of steel, I think it shows a good sign that we are on the way to do something for self. So I'm going to say to you at this time that we will close our meeting here today for this time and meet back here at any time to hold a meeting. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Any time that there is enough of us and the meeting that you want to hold is important enough, let us meet here. This is a good place. Good place. So I thank you for being patient with us here this afternoon. And all of you brothers that can get on the radio to tell the world what you're trying to do and what I'm trying to do, we are here together. And our determination is to build a new world. Not to hang on this. We're not trying to agree with this. We're going to build a new thing to agree on. And let him have his old wicked world. I thank you, and I have enjoyed myself here this afternoon. And if there's any question anyone have to and want to ask me before I dismiss myself from you, stand and ask me. Well, no one wants to ask any question. Set one down and let one talk at a time.
Got this turned off. Wait.
Sir, it's been truly a pleasure to meet you in person. My name is Charles Pendleton, and I'm from Baltimore. And I've heard and I've searched and I've tried a lot of things, but you have to be the great.
We thank the brother for what he has said. Such talk will soon bring us together.
My name is Portia Davis, and I was invited to the Mars, and I'm very glad to be here. But it's one particular question that I had in my mind. Like, I wanted to know, what did you consider love to be?
I consider love something that we have nothing that comes between us without liking it. Liking a thing runs into loving a thing. And that if we love each other, there will not be opposition against each other. Other than love is opposed to that which we like or love. And therefore that which we love and like or like and love, we call it love.
Well, for my studies, and I do quite a bit of studies of and about, different religions and God, I've come to the conclusion that God is love, or Allah is love. But do you think that hate and love could be together?
No.
Well, I want to know exactly what do you teach? Do you teach love or do you teach hate?
I think you have visited us today, and you can tell from looking at our sittings and what we say, whether it's hate or love. Yourself beyond it. Love is based upon agreement. Without agreement, we have no love. With agreement, we are making love, and that is love.
Well, from my visit here, I can conclude that us here, you have taught love among us, but you also, to my, I may misunderstand, I don't know, but you also have taught hate too.
We have lived in a hate that had the depths of 6,000 years. It was a made hate. It wasn't created. And the creation of God, He didn't create hate. The creation or the creature made hate himself. Therefore, he bared his own evil work and disunity from himself by falling into wars and wars after war due to his hate of self and self-owned plans and the destructions of his own plans by his hands. Created hate against himself and the work of himself.
Well, I can agree with you because self is worst enemy, but one's own enemy, self is. But I wanted to know, what was your views as far as the Bible is concerned?
I would like for you to speak that a little louder.
I would like to know what is your views as far as the Bible is concerned.
The Bible, we don't hate the Bible because we are the makers of Bibles. The devil, blue-eyed Caucasian, have never made a Bible of truth and justice because he's not of that by nature. He found the Bible with us. We mix the Bible.
Well,
and the Holy Quran is made by us. Not white people. They only take and copy what we make and then add to it what he want to add to that which he makes and copies.
Well, like I take it for granted that you're speaking of like the Holy Quran and the King James Version of the Holy Scriptures. And I want to know if this is correct, how can you say that the King James Version of the Holy Scriptures is made of the white man? What is your basis for your statement?
My dear sister, I love to hear you ask these things because you don't know what you ask.
Well,
when we pick up on what the white man, who is the deadly enemy of black man, he was made for the purpose, and not that he practiced this before till he got perfect in it. He was made a hater of you and me in the first place. He didn't have to go out of that. And he can't go out of it today because anything is made by nature of what it is doing and practicing. Then that thing is off. that thing that work that he's doing. His work he do of evil is only himself, because he was made to be an evil opponent of ours, to try us at evil, since we was created righteous and had no opponent to test our righteousness. So then, 6,000 years ago, up from 66 trillion years ago, 76 trillion years ago, that one of our black scientists discovered while practicing in the laboratory the behavior of germs. He found in us a germ that was a little weaker than the other one. And we refer to them as black and brown, or brown and black. He discovered this brown germ in our black germ. So God taught me. And that after testing it, he found that he could make a man from the brown germ through birth control law. And then he went after it. It takes him 600 years to bring this brown germ out of the black germ. I have not taught this kind of history here that God gave to me on the creation, making, and made things of the human family. But I have every bit of it in me to teach you. It is not that I'm here to show off prowess. I'm here to show off the wisdom of God to you.
Well, it is true that, some things that you say that I question, that I don't ask, but I am seeking for knowledge, and I am seeking for wisdom, and I know that wisdom is of God. But, like I've talked to some, Muslims, and they have said that, that they take some of their beliefs, which is the King James Version, or some of the things that is in the Bible that go along with it, And then I've talked to some that say that, that they deal with the Holy Quran. And from my studies, I understand that most of Mohammed, his making up to the Quran came from scriptures, but he applied them to like the area that they were living in, like in Arab countries over there and whatnot. But I wanted to know is, do you deal with some of the scriptures that come from the King James Version, or is it just totally from the Quran?
I'm not hearing her too good. Will you repeat? Yes, sir.
She wants to know, do you deal with some of the scripture from the King James Version, or you deal strictly from the Holy Quran?
No, we deal from both of them. We made both of them.
Okay, well then,
King James did not make no Bible.
We understand that God wrote the Bible, but I, talked to a Muslim, so he was telling me that the King James Version was revised and all this, that, and the other. But since we have an understanding that God did write the Bible for the understanding of man, then it could be no, contradictions in nothing that God lays down, right?
Who is God?
Who is God? God is love.
God is love.
Right. Don't you see his creation? He created, the heavens and the nature, and us.
Yeah.
So he's love.
Well, the devil
Well, my conception of the devil is principalities of darkness that do exist on the earth. Well, we understand that white man has did this and did that and whatever, and he has oppressed, but from my studies of the scriptures, this wasn't supposed to be neither. So I understand this. It's like I'm seeking too.
Sister, if I will ask you, who was the first people created, all man?
Well, from my understanding, all in the Old Testament, all those people were black people, but because they turned their backs on God, there was nothing he could do.
If all were black, before the age of the white man, which he tells you and bear witness, he's only 6,000 years old.
Well, then how old are we?
Pardon me?
How old are we?
The age of the black man have not yet been determined.
Well, then, if you say that we deal with the Holy Bible, and you say, well, I'm going to finish. Okay.
We are trying to teach you, sister, to love self. And the only way you can be taught to love self without mixing in other than self, you have to wait until you learn self.
Well, I understand this too, but I also understand, like I'm supposed to love my sisters and my brothers as I love myself. So therefore, me and my sisters are as one, or me and my brothers are as one, because this is an interwoven love. So I understand.
You can't be one if you are different with each other all the time.
How can you say that I'm different?
Now the knowledge of you have come, that the black people was the first people on the earth that has come to you, and that they wasn't grafted from no other people, because you can't grab black from black.
Well,
you'll make something else than you're grafted.
Well, see, I'm not, my thing wasn't to get into, the black or the white, I just barely want to find out your concept of love and what it existed of, and I want to know as far as the, what level, of the Bible is, what did you feel, your concept of this Holy Scripture.
Yes, sister. Deep in what you are saying, you don't like self. You like to mix in the white man trigonology. You don't like self.
Wait, can I say something?
You are being taught.
No, wait a minute. I want to say something.
That the black man is the first creature in the sun. You're being taught that. And if you cannot realize that the black man was the first to see the light after coming out of total darkness. He came out of total darkness and he was dark, proving that he came out of total darkness because his own color corresponded with it, with the condition, the heavens and the earth that is now heaven and the earth, that was nothing then but total darkness. And a total dark man came out of total darkness. And you are not satisfied to learn that you was the first and the only powerful creature in darkness, and now create your own self-light to guide your own way through darkness. You're not satisfied with that unless we give your double blue-eyed Caucasian something. I would not waste.
Can
I would not waste my time standing up here telling you the truth of your glorious self, and you standing here and want to argue with me.
My contention wasn't to come and argue or to be debatable or anything like that, or to waste your time. I came to seek an understanding, but you have stood up there, excuse me, you have stood up there and, condemned me, you said what is on my mind, and you said what it was in my heart, and I just wanted to have an understanding. Thank you.
The sister, like many hundreds that I have listened to talk and tell their side of what they understand of the truth. She's just one of the others that want to bring in just a little of the devil world. I don't want to say that I don't want you to tell me what you know, but I think I know what you know. I don't think that you have anything of the white man's world that you can teach me that I already don't know. For 42 years now, I have not did a thing in the world but study, teach the word of God from his mouth. As it is written, we have the wisdom divine from above this world. If we made the white man, grafted him out of ourselves, that's what happened. What can you tell us about it? There's not a black person in this house that will give the white race any credit for nothing, even their own weakness. We've taken that spot out of the joint of the black man and made a man out of it so that he would be total weak. This is what the gods of the black man did. And we know him. I know the white people. I don't study his book to know him. I studied him from the mouth of God. He have tried to hide himself up until the coming of God, to show him up as the Bible teaches him in you. Holy Quran, a little more plain and more direct, and we have it here. We know the man, and now taught the utmost knowledge of the man to see whether God of justice is injustice for destroying him today. This is why you are taught all the ins and outs of the man's very nature for you to see that God is not doing you and me an injustice for destroying him today. I want you to remember that you making a fool out of yourself after God have now come and told us the truth of us, that we was the first and will be the last if there be any last. We don't see through the telescope of the scientists' wisdom that they see anything like an end of black man. There is no end to black man. And look at what he was made out of, how he made himself out of the material that comes last. The material of darkness comes last in the absence of light. And he's taken that darkness, created himself out of that which come last, so that there will never be a last to himself. I'm very sorry over you that want to argue in the favor of this world and try and pity this world of a world that had no beginning and no end. You can't calculate the hour, the day, year of the creation. It's impossible. There was no writers there at the creation, because the Creator had to make a writer out of himself first. And it was 6 trillion years after that that writing took place, after his own creation. We had none. I can be called a liar like all the others before me, who was prophets and reformers of people. I don't expect you to give me any credit, but you will grow to do that. I tell you today, but you will grow to it tomorrow. You're not able, with the knowledge of this world, to see into what I'm teaching you of a world that have no birth record to it and have no end. You can't create a thought that would correspond enough with the question or answer, rather, for you to tackle what I'm teaching. I don't only defy you, poor sister, but I defy the scientists of this world to attack what I'm teaching you and prove that I am teaching you something false just because it is not of his world of knowledge. I will give to any professor of the white man's world 10,000 and 10,000 times 10,000 to prove one word I teach you untrue. You are read by the enemy of the righteous. Therefore, since you have not come wholly over to the righteous, which is your own self, then you will give honor and praise to what you see of the enemy and of his world. I can't fault you for that, as long as you're in it and don't believe in another. But if you wake up one day or one night and learn that Elijah Muhammad taught you the most truth that any man ever lived. There is no man never lived before me that had the knowledge, the depth of the knowledge of truth. I have the depth of truth. I'm not boasting. I'm not proud. I will go out there and sit on the street on the curbstone with my brother. I won't boast that I'm greater than him, because he was created like me, and he has the brains like me that came with the creation, that he can make those brains do just what I'm doing if the will of the power of the 12 scientists of the God comforting power. They can do just what I'm doing. When a messenger is chosen, they go in conference, these 12, to see whether or not he can do the job that he's now being chosen for. The 12 gods that decides on all of this, we call them the 12 great scientists. This is why that your ruler was made with 12 inches in it. It's after the number of the 12 major scientists, we say. And without this, you cannot build. That's why we call it a ruler, when you have 12 square inches in it. I'm that last scientist or prophet, you call him, but I'm not a prophet by the way of speaking. I am a messenger. The last one is not a prophet. He don't prophesy. He don't have nothing to prophesy. He fulfilled that which others prophesied. He's the end of prophets. And your Bible, if you go back home and search it, it reads there at the end of the Old Testament, where Elijah is mentioned. It is the end. He is the end of the prophets. So, if I'm not able to bear witness with the prophets, the former prophets, and their prophesied, then I'm not the last. But if I'm able to bear witness that the prophets prophesied was right, just and true, then I may be that last one. Right. I have so much divine wisdom that I could stand here till the same hour next day and won't be exhausted out of it. The last prophet, the Bible called him, is the right hand of God. And if that last prophet is the right hand of God, of which I am, that he can take that right hand and put it over the world of man and make man to come into his own will or destroy him by his will. no more prophesy of necessity for you to seek after Elijah.
That's right.
Elijah, the last of all of them. You are no more to seek someone to teach you of God, because Elijah is that last. He tastes a little of everything, evil and good, to bring one to another. He's got to know it, since the world is ruled under evil, by the evil of making a man or people by Yakub, the God at that time, by grafting out of us our germ, a weak germ, forming it and making it a man, and taught that point his wisdom, who at that time he was the greatest among us. And his wisdom would last for 6,000 years. It was up in 14. But he had dumbed us so thorough that it's taken us up until now to begin to get a glimpse at ourselves and the condition of self made by those people of Yakub. I can't talk to you like I want to, because you have not studied what I have studied and have not been told what I have been told of the supremacy. So therefore, I tries to go along with you as mild and pleasant as I possibly can, knowing that you don't know what I know, and knowing what you know so thoroughly that I was born in it, that there can be no argument. I don't want to argue with my people, because I already know, and trying to forget both our former conditions to be made in the better condition for establishing a better world, suiting our own nature in which we were created. I would like that you get away from boasting on the white man's wisdom and his word. As often as you see and hear that white people out there killing you people day and night, you should not want to give them any credit if they do anything. But you want to give them credit, some of you, when the man don't do any credit, but the credit of being a very thorough, good murder of black people. These two boys that he went over and shot while they lie there asleep remind me of hunting in the South. In the South, I used to see my rabbit dog find a rabbit lying in his bed, looked like sleep. And he would not jump on him like that. He'd wake him up first, then take out and try and outrun him. Well, that's the nature of the dog. He don't seem to think he's done nothing by grabbing a rabbit's sleep. He'll make noise to wake him up and give him a chance for his life. So this shows that your blue-eyed white devils don't have any nature of good in them. No mercy in his heart. Find you sleep, he found you just right for him to kill you. He'll surround your house with 100 murders, with all kinds of deadly weapons they are armed with. They know you only one is in there. But by nature, he is afraid of the black man. He is afraid he may miss and you will kill him. So if you get one of them, the others should get him. So he brings the whole army right here in the city of Chicago. Find out that you're a brave man over in your home. They get the whole police department to go and surround that area. If they don't look so well, he calls for the National Guard. Come on. You see all of this, brother and sister, going on in your midst, and you overlook it, and then turn right around and try and defend that same murder. I think sometimes you do it just for the sake of argument. And second, I think you do it just because you love the white man in his world. Our God, Master Farad Muhammad, whom we learn that name from himself, as the Bible teaches you that he had a name that no one knew but he himself. Mahdi is his real name, so he taught me. Mahdi means one that is self-power. In Arab language, it's one that is self-controlled and controls others. Guide for others because he's self-guided. My beloved brothers and sisters, I have learned enough from God in which you don't hardly know. And to stand here and talk with you, which I love to do it, till tomorrow this time, if you would like to do it. I will keep you fully awake if you stay here. As a very little of God's creation that he have not taught me something about it, because he put me as his second self. This is what I am. I am the second self of God Almighty. What you hear the Muslims say in their prayers for the messenger, that he grant him that which he promised him, this is a little higher than self. I don't want to go into that because he have told me something of that, and he told me to wait. And if you're not taking this lease so well, how could you take greater? So I thank you, my beloved, and if there is anyone would like to join up with your God and with your people, you'll come and give the name to the secretary, and he will write you down with just that people. We are that people. We are the people directly from God. We are the people that got his message. I have his message that the prophets didn't get, and of the prophets that didn't understand. Moses, from him on till Muhammad, there is no prophet, including Jesus, that understood the things that is coming about today. They have told you in black and white. Moses told you in black and white. Jesus told you in black and white, and told you to wait for that one, that God will send from himself. Well, I'm the first one since the creation that the wise God of creation have sinned. Some of you, knowing my humble origin here among you, can't believe these things, though it's written. But I tell you, and the time will come when you will believe it. You can't get away with this proud stuff saying, I won't believe in that. And it's being the truth. The God of truth dwells among us in person. You won't get away with it today. You say you don't believe it if you want to, but he's not to be overcome. No, that which he has put out to be overcome. His messenger. You can't overcome me. No. You can't do it. You can't hang me on no tree like you did to Jesus. You can't destroy me back here behind me. Nor can you destroy me on the side of me. Nor can you go in front of me and destroy me. I'm not making no boast, but God fixed this up. The Bible said 12 angels protected him. We know it wasn't Jesus, because Jesus was destroyed at the hand of murder. But the last one, you can't do that. The Holy Quran here teaches you that God sent two in front of him, destructive angels, these is destroying angels. He sends two of them in front. Then he have one on each side of him, and then one behind him. He's in a circle of power. This is the man standing behind. For 42 years, enemies have trailed me to kill me everywhere I go. Holy Quran tells Muhammad that we make an enemy for you in every town. And Muhammad knows this. But he's not afraid of this. Because God has given him power over the wicked, that they cannot approach him with murder. They fail. He did that by raising up in my own house, my own brother an enemy, like Cain was to Abel. Yes, sir. But he failed to get. And many has made the attempt and still making the attempt to get rid of Elijah Muhammad, to make his boast a lie, but they can't do it. Yes, sir. Not because I have power of myself, but it is Allah who protects me. And Muhammad believes in his God so well that he says, under the name of David, I walk through the valley in the shadow of death. I fear no evil. That's right. As many of you know that you have seen me driving up and down the streets of Chicago alone.
Yes, sir.
I wasn't afraid of nothing and don't fear nothing yet.
Yes, sir.
The only thing I fear is He that has made me and has risen me up and given to me this job to rise you up. That's the only one I fear. I don't fear your planning. You can plan all you please until you go to sleep and wake up and go back and plan some more and go to sleep. Wake up. And every time you look around, you'll see Elijah Muhammad. That's why he said that he walks through the valley of the shadow of death, but he don't fear no evil because he have God on his side. And God is powerful enough to take the power of an enemy away from him that he had designed to hurt Muhammad. He's shown me that before my face. Dropped them right before my face. They're unable to do what they had trailed me to do. And they fall. Just as still to death as death itself. Can't even move. Can't even blink the eye. I've seen that done. Allah did this to let me know He had power enough to save me. Yes, I can't even open his mouth. No, blink his eye. I have seen this happen by my enemies more than one or two times. Never have said a word, yet wasn't able. I standing there before him for him to say what he's going to say, and he couldn't say. My tongue was locked in the roof of his mouth, and his eyes were set and couldn't blink itself. This boy have been before all of this. Oh, brothers and sisters, plenty more I can tell you what happened here and there. Two people that tried to rid me of my life for teaching them righteousness, for teaching them the good thing of yourself which they wasn't able to. They got jealous, and they tried to treat me like Cain treated Abel. Yeah, but I'm still here. And these are some of the powerful words he said to me. He said, yes, whatever you will, brother, it'll come to pass. And if you put them out, I'm not going out there after not one of them that you put out. He's just out there, unless you go back and get him. So I went home and I began to think. I said, this teaches me that I better be careful who I put out. I said, because I may not mean that the person stay out forever, but that's what he told me. And the Bible teaches you that God will accept the judgment of that servant, that last one he chose. And in some place it said, by him the heavens was built. He is the one who designed the heaven that you're going into. And he bade me, that scientist witness. He said, brother, whatever you want, ask for it, and it'll be given to you. So I say you have a mighty good fellow in me. can also say that in cold weather, fire is good for us. But the fire can be evil for us if we play with it. So let us not play with a good fellow. Try to be good with him for your own good. As in one place, I found in the Quran, similar to that in the Bible. It's referring to Muhammad's forgiveness and love for you. So if he would forgive you 77 times a day, that don't make Allah forgive you when he knows that you need to be punished.
Yes, sir.
He will punish you, whether Muhammad desires it or not, in order to keep the credit characteristics of a good God, to keep others good. He will whip some of us for our evil, which is affecting others.
Yes, sir.
I am your good old brother, but you don't know it. But the time is not very far off that you will say, he told us he was a good brother of ours, and today we see that you will come to me on your knees and beg me to forgive you for any evil thought that you had of me. I know it now. And I don't pay you no attention when you're trying to act evil against me, because I know you're a dead loser. Remember that, a dead loser. I know that. You can't do nothing to me. You hurt yourself. It was designed that this last one, the people, regardless of their power, they won't overcome him.
Yes, sir.
He's well protected in going out and coming in. And you can't think nothing against him nor for him, for it's not heard. Remember, that's your thoughts and not your words. They are heard. My beloved brothers and sisters, I only said this to keep you away from throwing your good self down for an evil self, the devil. These white people is pure devils. They're not even mixed with good. They are pure good, a devil without a mixture of good. There's no good in them, so our God has taught me. It wasn't made for that. There's some that tries to do little good things every now and then, but the nature in which Yaqub made him in, he just can't be taken for a good person just because he did one little good thing for us, and he have did 1,000 things evil for us. It's just that one good thing. Brothers, wake up and try and protect yourself and help yourself with others who are trying to help protect yourself and make you back into what you was when the heavens and the earth was created. You was created in good. And you can't be nothing but a good person. That's why the evil person take advantage of you. Because you don't know the evil person, therefore they take advantage. But I'm teaching you what God taught me to teach you. That to never trust white folks. They are by nature is evil. And those who follow them, they fall in love with them because the evil Caucasian captivates them with its unlikeness, both in person and in words. But here's a little boy God has remade that now know the Caucasian from the very beginning of him and know the end of it. You probably want to say it to me, well, when will they be destroyed? Well, it may be earlier than you think. Thank you. So I've been contemplating on dismissing you for another hour, and you keep making me talk more and more. But I have respect for you, that you may know something too. And I want to give you freedom. Any one of you that would like to say something, come on out here and get to this mic and tell us anything you want to say, as long as it is in the line of decency.
My name is William McClinton, and I accepted the teaching of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad 3 years ago. I accepted out there in the dead. I accepted the teaching of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad about 3 years ago. I accepted out there in the wilderness, which I wasn't a part of Islam, and it brought me to where I am today. I was out there doing the same thing that a lot of us do. A lot of us have done, drinking, running from bar to bar, place to place. But when I accepted the teaching of this man, it really changes my life. And I like to say now that I was processing. I started processing a year ago, and I fell off. I fell back into it. Now that I'm starting back, I'm trying to get back into processing. And I wish that it just looks like I'm constantly in between the outside and Islam. And I'm asking really if some of the brothers and things here, where they can really help me, to pull me into the nation. And I like to say all praise is due to Allah for the most honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Senator Blue House, as I am told.
I simply came by to pay my respects to the great leader of all time, and I appreciate this opportunity to make such a statement before you and to this congregation. I am with you. I am a supporter of yours and shall be. Thank you very much.
I feel like dry because what I've been going through in Rockford, Illinois, and things, not too many brothers there. And like the brothers are trying to get together there. And like, fortunate, a few brothers come from Chicago to Rockford to bring your message and Allah's message through you. Like I was like mostly Rockford's a Christian town, and like anything you do that doesn't go along with their religion, like. You go through a mind thing, your mind, like it take brothers through a thing. Like I hope brothers and sisters in Chicago will think about Rockford, Illinois, and like cause we need some faith. And like I want to give you my respect to faith. Thank you.
We thank the brothers. Oh, pardon.
All praise is due to Allah. I came about 3 weeks ago, and I submitted my letter the same day that I came. I'm a political science major at Loyola, my final year there, and I want to know I want to ask the messenger, what am I to do with it, with this degree?
He says he's a political science major at Loyola University, and he wants to know from the messenger, what should he do when he gets his degree? He said he will finish in June, and he wants instructions from the messenger as to what he should do, sir.
He's welcome to discuss it with me alone if he wants to. Yes, sir.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
I'm Brother Curry Lee X. I've just got out of the federal penitentiary at Milan, Michigan. And I'd just like to say that the brothers back there are soldier and strong, and they love you. Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum.
My name is Arthur Murray. I'm in the process at Temple number 45 in Houston, Texas. I've heard, I've been in process now for about 3 weeks. I've heard many things about the great Honorable Elijah Muhammad, but I never dreamed the day that I would come face to face to meet with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And I must say to myself and to all the congregation here, that it is a great honor that I may not never get a chance again to see the great Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But due to Allah, His blessings, I came before today from Houston, Texas to see the great Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Thank you, brother, and please give my best love and wishes to the brothers when you return, or wherever you may see them. If you return to see them again, please remember me. No. Well, my son, he's looking at one, the best for his father. But the father is looking for the best for the whole nation.
Sir, all I would like to say is that my name is Deborah Green, and this is my first time here, and I am happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have deep faith and belief in the Honorable Muhammad. I am I'm almost totally annihilated by this system, and I understand that fact. But I am also in some sort of light because I can hear and feel and see everything. And the truth that Elijah is putting out is true. It is the truth. If he can make men if he can put men out, I mean, like for 40 years he's been practicing this. He have straightened backbones, like Malcolm X for one, in an instance. He was a beautiful person. I mean, he came up through, he went through all the experience of the black life of the ghetto and succeeded as being a famous and great man up under the teaching of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And so I have deep faith and belief in him, and I will come here often as I can until my light is lit. Thank you.
Islam is like the sun. The sunlight brings out of that which is hidden in darkness. So the truth brings out of that which is hidden by falsehood. So that is made manifest to you and I, and this is what we are glorifying our God for, revealing to us that which was hidden. So I thank you, brothers and sisters, who have spoken so well on what you are now learning to be the truth that you didn't know that it was true. That was because the enemy had hidden it. So now today it's made manifest. So I'm going to dismiss you now, put you over into the hands of the assistant minister to dismiss you. And I hope that you will be here again next Sunday. I have enjoyed every minute, even to the minutes of your disbelief, that made me to know that the truth, that disbelievers would rise up in the judgment. You are always, whatever you are, whatever you do, it is written. Thank you. And I turn you back in the hands of our brother, minister, assistant minister. And I'm very happy to have the Honorable Senator among us this afternoon, praying and hoping to Allah that he will return again and bring his own people of his class here. We want to talk with you, Brother Senator. We want to have senators for ourselves. We want to build a Congress of our own, rule by our own. And you may be that foremost man going in front. Yes. So I hope that our assistant minister will please you now and forever, and whatever he said to you, I hope that you will believe it as long as he believes in the truth that came with the light and not with darkness. Thank you, as I say unto you, in the name of Allah, Assalamu alaikum.
All praise is due to Allah for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. All praise is due to Allah for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. All praise is due to Allah for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. All praise is due to Allah for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. All praise is due to Allah for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum. You may be seated. This time, I don't have to beg you to forgive me for being late. Of course, I'm not right on the minute of 2. I'm still 20 minutes from that. But I thought I would listen at you a little bit. So I sneaks up sometime and sit out and listen at you. what's going on inside. And if it don't sound so well, I'll keep going, passing the temple up. I'm very happy to see your smiling faces here this afternoon. You look as you should. Beautiful, original Muslims. Everyone that I see in here is a Muslim, whether you like it or not. You are a Muslim. All black people are Muslims, all over the planet Earth. So, since I see you don't look white, you must be a Muslim. I've got something with me that is not a Muslim. That's this call. No, it is not a Muslim itself. You have heard that we came from Africa. Well, you don't have coughs in Africa too much because it's not cold enough to give you a cold to cough from in some places. Now, in some places it's a little chilly. So, brothers and sisters, we are here this afternoon to correct you of some of your mistakes and to declare you innocent of those mistakes. And some of those mistakes that we are here to correct you on, you are guilty. And we want to correct you in the public so that the public won't think that we are giving you these mistakes ourselves and backing you up here. I don't back you up into other than the truth. I don't care what you say, it could be on me. Don't call me Mr. Muhammad. You are God. You are Master Farad Muhammad. Don't tell me that. Master Farad Muhammad is the one that I'm representing. I am the man that just wants to take my own place and leave the place that I don't belong in to the man that belongs there. I have heard that you put in your place, not you visitors. Some of you so-called believers, I have to call you that, are putting your place in somebody else's place and making you somebody else. And what you are making is other than the truth. We want our people to be reconverted out of other than the truth into truth. We don't want to add nothing to the truth because that will make it other than the truth. So we're going to make now a habit of exposing you before those that you told other than the truth to let those who were seeking the truth, pardon me, it sounds like I said sick, who were seeking the truth, that they know that you was not telling them the truth. I don't back you up in telling other than the truth. So not only do I not back you up in telling, and you telling others in the truth? I'm going to force those who are seeking the truth to not to back you up in it. Walk out on it, because I'm going to tell them the truth. And if you tell them other than the truth, I'm going to tell them that you told other than the truth. Right before their face, like you told them other than the truth to their face. I'm going to tell them the truth to their face. I'm not here to preach lies. I'm here to preach the truth. You have lived under falsehood all your life. The truth has come, and falsehood must vanish. We were born under falsehood. We love falsehood rather than truth. As the Bible puts it, that being born under darkness, we love darkness rather than light. So when light came, we fled back looking for darkness. We want to correct it. You have many things distorted, putting out to the people as though I teach you that, so that you will get your other than the truth accepted. Brothers and sisters, I do not teach this people other than the truth. What I teach is truth. I'm not here to add nothing to the truth. I'm not here to try to make you think that I'm something that I'm not. If you think that I'm trying to make you see me in the light of something that I'm not in, get your book and come on, and I will get my book. And I will prove to you that I don't go beyond the scope of my mission that Allah have given to me. If I say anything beyond what I have been missioned to do, that you can't find me backed up in it, in the scripture of truth, come to me. I pay you $100 for every one. Oh no, that's not enough. It is $10,000 then for every story that I tell you other than the truth of my mission and of my work. If you find anything that I'm doing that you can prove that it is even other than righteous, I will give you $10,000. If you cannot locate the answer in the scripture of truth. There never was a false prophet sent to the people in the past. And this is not one standing before you. Some of the things that I do, you may label as being other than right. But that's just because you have not read the scripture. You haven't learned what the last man should look like, what he should do, and how that the book teaches you he is a fool fellow, and you don't take time to read what a fool fellow is. When a man is brought to you and he is fed by another one, he fulfills Jonah's scripture. Well, then you've got to go read Jonah and learn what Jonah did to see whether or not this man fulfilled his work. Fulfill means to do the same work that man did. Then that man that you were talking to or present before you is fulfilling. But if you don't see Jonah's work in this man's work, then he don't fulfill Jonah's work. Fulfill means to do what another one does. So be careful about how you label people. To be something that they are not. I want you to know that I don't condone falsehood. And if you want to do so, you are not following me. You're following yourself. I have some brother that is just going out making up texts of their own and delivering them to you to believe. I'm going to teach you the history of Jesus that Allah gives to me. But please don't you try and teach it unless you're going to teach the truth. Some of you is just going wildly, telling everything of what you think. We don't want what you think. We want what God has taught us. Want His thinking and not yours. The sister over here, where is she? Come out here, Sister Secretary, and let us hear some of this teaching that is going on so I can straighten it out. I want these people to know the truth. I don't want them to come here and listen at others in the truth out there from the mouth of some of you who call yourself representing Islam. I don't want you to listen to no other than the truth. And I want to know the other than the truth that you are hearing so that I can stop that man's mouth. He won't be backed up by me.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
In the name of Allah, the all-wise, true and living God, to whom we forever give praise and thanks, for our beloved leader and teacher, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. Dear apostles, brothers and sisters, and to our visiting guests, there are some old Muslims telling other than the truth. And the messenger gave me the privilege to tell you all that there are quite a few new ones coming into the nation of Islam, and we don't want you to think that we are behind such other than the truth. And with the messenger's permission, I'm going to read you some of this that they are circulating. Supreme wisdom, seventh year teaching, minister awakening. Well, if they're teaching this, they're going to be putting the people back to sleep. Wisdom of 60 degrees, Master Farad Muhammad, and its meaning and thematical breakdown. Note, this is what they have on here. These teachings are only for the learned and not the profane. It should be the other way around. It is taught in supreme wisdom as well as the fundamentals of supreme wisdom in the 7th year advanced study that Master Farad Muhammad came from a faraway land, the holy city of Mecca, in the east, to the shores of North America as a merchant and peddler of silk. The faraway land represents the unknown. The word far away does mean unknown. Far away means the unknown, and its root is the same as the word farad. The word farad, which is the same as the word fardi of the Arabic. Master Farad Muhammad was a traveling merchant. This comes from the word farnet, which means travelers, and the word far and man, which means a wayfarer or traveling peddler or merchant. The word farnet itself means a traveler. The selling of the silk stems from the word farandin or faran, which is the fabric of silk. His goal is separation of the four originals, brown, yellow, red, black, from the white race. Negative force.
Just a minute. Now, I never taught nothing like that. This is made teachings by the one who is teaching. He made it up himself. And he desired to make it up himself because that he wanted to have something odd in the teaching, that you may look upon him as some great author of that which you have never heard. Read, sister. Read, sister.
Yes, sir. The answer lies in the actual meaning of the word faradi itself. Faradi is a dark brown date grown in Arabia and California. This plant, which represents the American so-called Negro who was taken from Arabia and placed in California.
Just a minute, sister. This is not the meaning of farad. And if there is a Muslim here that knows what farad means, he can stand and tell you. And if there is not one other than myself, I can tell you what it means. It don't mean no such thing. Farad is a name that is known by the scientists to be an attribute that is not placed among the 99. It means that which is the beginning, that which is opening. This is the first. This is the name of our prayer. The first. And that people going out trying to interpret these Arab words to you according to what they think, you shouldn't listen to them until you write them down and send them to me. That's right. And I will get the understanding. If I don't get it out of the Quran, there's other books of the Arab language which interpret their language, their names. It's there, we can get it. But don't you try and use your own explanation of it. Read on.
Then the apostle, they go on and quote you. They say the messenger says that California is the devil's last stronghold. The state of California represents white America being the golden state, blonde hair, and the root of the word California, which means white. The word Cali means white.
I don't teach you that California is the devil's stronghold. I don't teach you that. The whole USA is the devil's stronghold. Keep going.
Master Farad Muhammad represents substance, physical matter, the reflector, that which is incomplete, invisible, transparent, white, crystal, parenthesis Christ. But Christ represents the His, Master Farad Muhammad, being the reflector, reflects the vacuum unto man, black man, The vacuum is the so-called Negro being in a state of mental
Just a
stagnation.
minute. I want to say to you who is listening to all of this, it's no teachings of mine. This is a made teaching by someone that they should stand up and tell me how that they become interpreters in their names and teachings in that way that they are done. If such one is here done, if the author of such stand now and explain to me. I was with him for near 3.5 years, day and night. And that he taught me, I am here to bear witness. And I've been bearing witness, and I've been representing it to you for 42 years. And I don't think I should make that awful mistake of what he went over with me day and night. Read on.
This is called Supreme Wisdom, 5th year teaching. The birth of the Savior, Master Wallace C.
No, the supreme wisdom that I teach you is what Allah has taught me. That wisdom I call the supreme wisdom, which is the supreme wisdom. Yeah.
In the year 1852, black diplomats of the Nation of Islam met in the holy city of Mecca in Saudi Arabia to discuss with the 12 minor wise scientists they had been summoned the crucial world problem between the black nations of the earth and the white races. The conference consisted of statements concerning the rapid technological and scientific advancements that had progressed within the white civilization. The other important attachment that the General Conference discussed was how and in what way did all these advancements affect the black nations and the planet. The cities of Asia which were represented were Kubal, which is located in Afghanistan, Kars in Pakistan, Baghdad in Iraq, Ankara in Turkey, Cairo, excuse me, I'm pronouncing it exactly the way they have it spelled here, Cairo in Egypt, Lacio in Burma, and the country with the most delegates, Peking, China. The next country...
Now, go ahead.
The next country, India, also had a large body that was represented, which were from the city of New Delhi. During the same year, there was also a large conference meeting which was being held on the inhabited planet of Mars.
It was held on Mars. What a life. I wish you'd stand up so I could send you out right now. This is what gets the people wrong in their understanding of us. Here stands a light on this corner, and there stands a truth one on that corner. We don't know which one to believe. Just saying whatever comes up, all you know you want to tell something different from what you have heard. I don't want that kind of man following me, nor woman. Don't add to what you hear me say, nor take from what you hear me say. It is the truth that I have received. When you go and add and take from, you making it other than the truth. So I want to tell new people to stop listening at any such talk or teaching that is not in the same words that I'm teaching them. And I'd rather for all of them to come here. And then if they find me telling other than the truth, then the whole teaching is other than the truth. I'm mixing it up. But brother, you won't find me telling you other than the truth. Nothing I say. If you think I'm telling you other than the truth, go and explain it to me, what you think is other than the truth, and I will give you $10,000, or a check for $10,000 before you leave here. Yes. And if that is not enough, I'll make it 10,000 times 10,000. My great desire is to tell you the truth, because a liar read us, and we can't leave that liar with his lie. We have to have truth to go from him. And anything that I say, you always is welcome to question me on it. I don't run from you just because you want to question me. Why, I should say nothing. That's what I'm here for you to question me on the knowledge of the truth that I say I'm teaching. You are offered that freedom by God Himself, who taught me to ask Him questions. Learn all about yourself. I'm equipped with the truth from Almighty God Allah. Some of it you may not understand, but don't try to condemn that which you don't understand yourself. To pass out nothing, just old plain truth. Have some more.
All nature recognized the birth of Wajdi Farad Muhammad, even the elements within nature. There were 5 wise doctors who delivered the infant, because specialized care had to be taken, whereas not at any time should the child's head interfere or touch the walls of his mother's uterus. It is taught that hardly an ounce of blood prevailed in the delivery of the child. The place of the birth took place in a special located within a building which was located in the holy city Mecca. This special chamber was constructed in perpendicular of the Earth's axis and in direct tangent of the Earth's magnetic force field, being that Mecca is located at the center of the Earth's magnetic core, because during the time of birth, the magnetic gravitational pull field between all the planets in the universe had positioned and centered in conjunction to one another's cores beyond the degree of 99 and 9,000.
This is why so many of us get misunderstood. I never taught nothing like that. This is a makeup of that person teaching you something that he was not taught. Other than the truth he's carrying out to people who was born out of the curse of truth, born under the chief liar, the devil, and he taught them how to lie. And he came out after he heard the truth, fighting the devil, teaching you other than the truth himself. These people I want you to run down. Bring them before me so I can put them out of our circle. They're doing no good for themselves nor you. These are the liars who goes out after hearing the truth and add to it, take from to make it sound different or make you think that he's wiser than the God himself. He is in telling other than the truth. This is what I want you who are visiting us, get out, and you get the hold to it, and you can't understand it, and you walk away from it. For the 19 or 20 weeks that I have been visiting you here at this house, I want to straighten out these kind of other than the truth teachings, that you may know the truth from myself, who received it directly from the mouth of God. And as I said, I'm willing to pay with my life for lying to you if you find me lying. No, I'm not going to lie. No, sir. I'm going to tell you the truth. If not but one of you come here to listen at it, I won't add a lie to it to make a house full of people to listen to other than the truth. I'm going to teach you the truth. You have any more?
Yes, sir. This cap was made, pardon me, after the child had been born. The doctors placed a metallic-like cap over his head. This cap was made of a special cloth which was been treated with certain fluids and then woven with a highly special metal, soft, which was sewn as thread. This metal was weaved into the cloth of the cap. The child was then wrapped with special cloth which had been treated in certain oil. He was then placed into a special small room, chamber, which had been constructed with the original, where the oxygen content was totally different from that on the outside. The child remained in this chamber for a period of 27 days and then was taken to the surgeons who performed an advanced operation upon the center located in the spine, which took exactly 76 hours, no more, no less. It is taught in the Birth and Science of the Savior 7th-year minister's lessons that after this particular operation had been completed, that the child's body started to produce a yellowish white glow all around his entirety. It is taught that this glow lasted for 12 days, whereby... Now, a man that can lie that well ought to be made to wait until the last believer walks in the gate of heaven and then throw him in the middle of hell. I come to a place like this and you mislead me, telling other than the truth of what the messenger has taught? Why, brother, I don't care to walk with you in the gate. What do you think I am? A liar? Try and prove it. I'm here directly from the face of God as is written. I didn't came of my own. I was risen up in the midst of you and sent to teach you the truth. And no man on earth could teach you what I'm teaching you. It was not the truth. Why you add to it? Why you throw in other than the truth in truth? You don't do that to be seen and heard, because people listen at you, they will tell it. And then you will be brought before me one day.
And I have power with God to put you to a finishing touch. I'm certainly very dissatisfied of you rising up, taking hold of the truth, and trying to put it to the people as other than the truth from yourself. We may not like you after a while, and I ask you to stop before we dislike you. We, I mean God Himself. You are doing the wrong thing. We are here to kill the liar, destroy him who has destroyed the people of righteousness, and telling them and misleading them in the way of other than the truth. This is a good way to learn who your brother is. Just make up cold lies and go tell it to the people. Make them to think I'm teaching you that because it's me that you're coming to. I'm not teaching the people other than the truth. It is you who are taking and riddling the truth apart and adding to the pot your own lie of it. You won't get away with it. I'm always thinking of that little fellow that they call the lamb in the Bible. Bound to get you for it. Why will you come here to get something to go and tell other than the truth on it? Get truth now and then add other than the truth to it. You shouldn't come here. This is the wrong place. This is where you come to learn the truth. And I just hire you to prove what I teach here other than the truth. I do that every time I get on this stand. I want people that love the truth. I want people that love the result of truth and not the result of a lie. I can prove everything I teach to you. Everything. I prove to you that it is the truth. Not only that, everything I do I can prove that it's the truth.
There's quite a bit more, dear Apostle. Did you want to hear any more?
Come here and show me some of it. Come here and show me some of it. Oh, no. Not that it's different. My goodness, God. You even got Vietnam now.
Yes, sir.
That's some professional liars around here that go into politics. Oh, no. No. We until next time. I'm going to stop the sister secretary from reading off this others in the truth round. You have to look in there, seeing you have 2 or 3 more pages, and that some of it even goes into politics. So I'm going to leave it go till next time when I don't have too much of business to take up with you. Then I'll let this go in again. We will have some more of this next Sunday. We want to get rid of this. We believe that we have very intelligent people visiting us at this time, and we want them to listen at something of truth and something of business that we should be doing, and not to be listening at a lot of little yell-mouthed brothers who don't know what they're talking about, and they're just opening their mouths saying what they think. But while I have this much read off to them, I want them to know that I'm not down here picking up no such foolishness. And I don't teach it. This is just a foolish brother or a sister that is taking the teaching, trying to make himself look wise and making himself look like a fool. I don't condone and nothing of the kind. The truth alone is sufficient to make you to admire it, or you can disbelieve it and leave it. We're yet again trying to make you to see the importance of us doing something for self. I have, with the help of Allah and the believers who follows me, laying to you an example of people who want to do something for self. And since that you are qualified to help us, come in and help us, we will greatly appreciate your help and pray to Allah to give you the quality, if you don't have it, that is needed to join up with us and help us. What we are trying to do on Cottage Grove, building up the east side of it, for your own self and for you and the population of the city to admire. We learn of some of our people who is qualified to help build. We're going to put them after it. And this don't mean that you are rejected or anyone else. We just want the people that can build what we give to them in blueprint. And if you cannot build it according to the blueprint, don't accept it, because you hurt yourself with your own people. We don't want you casted out of the job that we see that probably we can borrow the money to have it done. Confess what you can do, and don't tell us what you cannot do, because we are real glad if you can do it. But we don't want you to accept a job we give to you and you know you can't do it just because you are a brother. Just say, brother, I'm your brother, but I can't do this job. Then we will know what to do. But don't take a job from us knowing you're not qualified to do it. No, that hurts you and hurts us. We want to admire your ability to do the thing. So now we are opening up quite a few jobs. If you can do these jobs, we will give these jobs to you. But don't say you can do them and you know you can't. Don't hold us down. We have quite a few jobs that you may be prepared to do, and maybe you are not prepared to do, but they're here. We don't have a lot of money, as you may think, but we have a lot of credit. And you don't have to worry about our credit so long as you can get the job and you get paid for it. Right around this building here, we have a lot of work here to do to make it like we want. The job has been signed over to other contractors that claim they know how to do the job and can't teach that they will do it right. So they will be confounded right around this building here for a few weeks to do the job that we have for them to do. And I want them to do what I'm asking them to do. And I know you will be happy when you see the job done. As you know, I don't like bad-looking jobs. I'm so happy to learn that we have people among us can do anything. We have some wise and well-trained people, but they never was able to get together and do something for self. I want them to get with me, and I will show them some places where they can go to work and do something for self. Yes. And to leave such great people sitting idly by, just listen to thoughts and never materialize the thought. It is not good for us. Get these people that have the know-how to work. Let them do the work. Who would be any gladder than I, or happier than I, to know that I have my own people here that have knowledge of that which we want to do. There is no man among you that is happy as I am to know that you can do these things for yourself. We are not having a complete blank of the thing. Some people think that none of us knows nothing, but nothing. But we do have people that know something, but they have not proved their knowledge so that others will know that they know. I have this job by the Lord of the world, and that I'm not afraid that I cannot do the job. as long as you are with me. So, we're going to get together, we're going to make our place of habitation, as the Bible calls it, look like men of thought was born there, and not a slave. We don't want no slavery mark shining behind us. Where we go along, we want civilization to shine. And I am beginning to force myself to believe that all the material that we need is with us. What a wonder it will be to come on the south side and let the people see what you have done for the south side. Turn it into a place where civilization shines out. I did not know you was here like this. You qualified contractors, workers. I didn't know it. But now I'm beginning to learn. And happy am I. You know how much I love a brother. Why don't you present yourself? Whom I love. I love you. And I'm out there battling alone. And you are sitting around here plenty strong. Plenty qualified to help. Come in and help. Because you are qualified to help. My beloved brothers and sisters, with what you write to me, if you would come on and put it in effect, the people will think that a nation from abroad is living in Chicago South Side. In this way, hold on now, brother, don't take too many pictures. I'm not here to have all these pictures made of me until I do move. So some of you love to do this. And I don't love that you do that which I have not done myself. All of this great what you're trying to publish of me, I want to be sure I am worthy of it. We want to feed ourselves. And my beloved listeners, if you want to feed your own self, you just compel to go to the farm. That is where people find food. Don't be ashamed to go and do for yourself and raising food in the country. Original, that's where our fathers came from. And I want you to know if we are to be a nation, and a strong nation, we must go to the farm to feed our stomachs. And there we can feed even our back with good clothes. Put good clothes on our back from the farm. We have down here in Georgia and Alabama a start. You may go see. We have out here in Michigan a start. You may go see. Have good ideas for us, come back and tell us. We welcome your ideas to make it more prosperous than it is. These things we have to do if we expect to live on this earth and it yield out of it that which we must have on top of. We got to go to it. We got to dig into it, like the devil has done. He dug into it, and he made himself rich, and a stomach full of its food from our labor. Think over that. He looked at us and made us pull out of the earth its own wealth for himself and left us poor. Now, he said we are free. Let's make good of this freedom. Then if he tries to hinder you from making good of that which he claims he has given to you, then make good both ways. Yeah. Make good of stopping him from getting what he has given to you. I have lots more I want to say to you, but I don't think that there's too much patience. I'm not a preacher that will get up there and yell to see you yell. I'm a different preacher. I want to teach you. I can yell because my father, when I was born, he was yelling. But I found out that yelling is not good unless you are yelling out something. They would yell because that by divine senders, they was divinely made from the beginning. But they had laws like the book said, the season. The salt was dead. It had no season. But now with season we have. We give them the season. And they can, with the season, put it out in works and not out in a lot of yelling. Talk. To be yelling over there across the street that you see a cloud coming up and the people look out there and see it's fair, then it's fair. You're a false yeller. So since we have qualified people to help us, let's prove to those people that we are worthy to be helped. Not prove to them that we are liars. And we are asking on the base of other than the truth for help. No, we're not going to let them prove us other than the truth. So you that is trying to make the public think that you are telling the truth when you are not, I hope you stay home. One thing I will warn you of before I move from this platform. Get you a name. Come to me, I will show you how to get it. A name that will live. You can't see the hereafter with the white man's name. Every black man on earth knows the white man's name from your name. Don't wear that name. Don't be called by that name. If you don't know nothing but just to tell the world I'm the Lord's servant, but he has not given me his name yet. That's better than giving me the white man's name. Just tell them that yes, I have a name. It's in my God possession. Well, what is that? Well, you could call me God, call me Allah, call me Gabriel, call me anything but a white man's name. We don't want the name of the devil. The Bible teaches you and me all that hath the name of the beast. All them are beasts. They went down with the beast. I thought it was later than this. So since it is not so late as I thought it was, I'm going to change the meeting into question. You have heard me teach, and you have heard others say they heard me teach. Now, you that desire to question me when you're at home, you're here now. Well, while I'm going to offer you the service, ask me questions on that which you have heard me teach. I can't say on that which you heard my brother say, because I just told you some of the brothers is telling others in the truth. So if there's anyone that would like to ask me some questions on what you heard me teach, you are welcome to stand up and ask me. Or anything that you like to ask me pertaining to the teaching. Yes, brother. We're trying to get some planes in the air with our initial on them. Not for show, but we want them at work,
Yes, sir.
helping us. You will soon see some.
Yes, sir.
Yes, brother.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Dear Holy Apostle, from the teachings that I've heard, you said that the moon represents, as it is right now in the first quarter, the original black people. Am I right, sir?
No, it don't say really represent the black man in the stage it's in now. the way you see it, but it represents the sign of the black people. That is here in North America, that is blind, deaf, and dumb, and dead to the knowledge of self. What was once in the knowledge of self.
Yes, sir. My question was, sir, what do the other 3/4 represent?
Pardon me, sir?
I was wondering what the other 3/4 represented.
What was?
He wanted to know what the other 3/4 represented.
The other 3/4?
Yes, sir.
It represents stages in our rise into the knowledge of self. Anyone else?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
The Holy Apostle, I'd like to know where is Allah God in the person of Master Farad Muhammad today?
He is where he is.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
The Holy Apostle, the events surrounding Pharaoh, could you tell me if that was a parable, or was that, or did that actually happen?
I didn't understand you so well.
The Apostle, he said that the events surrounding Pharaoh, did this actually happen or was it a parable?
Islam failure.
No, sir. The events that surrounded Pharaoh.
Pharaoh.
Pharaoh in the Bible, yes, sir.
Oh, you're talking about that Pharaoh. Huh? What do you want to know
He
about?
wanted to know if these events actually happened or are they a parable of sorts?
What event?
Events concerning drowning in the Red Sea.
Yes. There were signs, that events that took place in the time of Pharaoh and his people and Israel were signs of what you see going on today. Yes. I don't know what sign that you are referring to, but all the history that I have read of Pharaoh and his people with Israel is referring to us and our modern Pharaoh.
I just want to know if Pharaoh, was he a black man or was he a white man?
Who?
Was Pharaoh supposed to be a black man or a white man?
No, he was not white. There was not an Egyptian that was actually white at that time, according to the teachings of the history of Pharaoh and his people. He was not really white people because the origin of the population of Egypt was not made white. There was of the original. This is according to what Allah taught me of this history.
I don't know if it's one of your teachings or how it came about, but it was a teaching that I've heard. And the question was asked, where did the atom where man originated came from?
I don't quite understand.
I would like to know where the man was originated from an atom. Where did this atom come from?
Yes, if he was originated from Africa, he is African.
No, pardon me, dear Apostle. She said she heard of a teaching that man had originated from an atom, and she wanted to know where the atom came from.
He originated from what?
She's saying that man originated, she heard a teaching that man originated from an atom.
That's right.
And she wanted to know where the atom came from.
Where did that atom came? It came from space. This is out of space where he was originated. And the atom of life was in the darkness of the space. And he came out of that atom that was in space. Now you may wonder, how did that atom get in space? The history of the space teaches us that at that time it was nothing but darkness. If there had been light for us to use our glasses on it to find out whether there was an atom of light in it before the atom was exploited to show what it was, we would tell you so, but we can't go that far with you. We don't know how the atom became in space and what came out of space. A human being. That's as far back as we can go with you. This is what Allah taught me. He said to me like this in answer to my question on man, creation. He said, brother, we know that he was created, but when, we can't tell you, because we had nothing to go by. And so he had to tell all himself after he had created himself. Then we go from what he said. And I thought that was good truth for me to teach you. Something else? Thank you. Thank you. I'm not to tell you other than the truth. I am the next closest one to Allah. I don't think Allah will take a liar for his right hand. To his right hand is a liar. No. I tell you what he taught me. And it's up to you to believe it or let it alone. Some more? Anything that you want to ask me, I'm very happy to answer if I know the answer. I don't say to you I know all the answers unless he reveals them to me. But if he has revealed them, or sometimes you reveal them, sometimes you get it out of your mouth. I don't previously have the knowledge, but while you are asking the question, he tells me the answer.
Assalamu alaikum, dear Holy Apostle.
Alaikum salam.
Sir, I was wondering where the lower forms of animal life came from and how it came about.
He would like to know where the lower form of animal life came from and how it came about.
The form of animal life, I asked him about it. And how did they come here? The first thing he answered, he said, ever since we had earth, brother, we had the element on it. And I said, how was they made? He said, I told you, ever since we had the earth, we had element life on it.
I would like to know the authenticity of the lost 10 books of the Bible. You would like to know what? Of the author of the lost 10 books of the Bible.
Dear Apostle, he said he would like to know of the authenticity of the lost 10 books of the Bible.
Lost books of the Bible?
Yes, sir. He said he wants to know. He's saying that there has been published a book called The Lost 10 Books of the Bible, and he wants to know if this book is the works in the books true.
I don't know, brother. He didn't teach me that there was any law.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum.
What puzzles me is, according to the Bible, it teaches that God is a spirit, and that was the main thing that kind of stumbled me when I first heard your teaching. Are these quotes that are in the Bible, have they been added, and how long has this teaching been going on?
Ever since the writers of the book.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
I would like to know if the Nation of Islam teaches of a heaven and hell as in Christianity.
No, not like Christianity, but it teaches of a heaven and a hell, but not in the same way that Christianity teaches. We teach a heaven and a hell while you live. You cannot be tormented in hell if you are not alive. You got to be alive to feel the torment. And if you're in a heaven, you got to be alive to feel the joys of heaven.
sir, there is no such thing as a life after death, then?
No, if you are referring to a physical death does not carry any life. It's physically dead. But if you are referring to a spiritual death, that is true, being dead to the Spirit of God. You don't have His Spirit in you, and then we call you dead.
I read in the Bible that man would destroy himself. Do you believe that?
Pardon me?
He read in the Bible that man would destroy himself. Do you believe that?
Man will be showing himself.
Will destroy himself.
Will destroy himself.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I believe it.
Yes. In what way?
And whatever way you build your life up, you don't have nothing out here that will destroy you, just because that it can destroy you only when you go to fight each other. But there is nothing prepared out there to destroy you. You destroy yourself. So Allah taught me. Yeah.
Is it the devil has reached the moon?
Is it true what?
Is it true that the devil has reached the moon?
Why, certainly in physical way, yes. According to their report and their pictures of them on the moon. Now, the other part of what moon represents, we have not reached that part. The part that we preach of equality, that's spiritual teaching. And that he have not reached the spiritual equality. That's what we represent the moon for, equality between man and man. And therefore that moon have not as yet been reached by the devil.
About the pyramids, since the Egyptians were far advanced, more advanced or highly advanced than civilization today. How is it that they got the pyramids up so high? And with what instruments?
She wants to know, dear Apostle, how the Egyptians managed to get the pyramids as high as they did and with what instruments.
The Savior taught me that they had a hydraulic they used in those days that they don't have in use now and will not put it in use because of the devil, that he will grasp that knowledge. As he don't know it yet, he has been asking the question himself. He said to me they would put that same hydraulic in effect as soon as they remove the devil. They don't want them to know it.
Apostle, she also wanted to know, she said, since black man is the original man, are there black men in among other beings on other planets?
I didn't get the teachings of the knowledge of what was on other planets from him, as he was trying to acquaint me into the knowledge of myself, who is on this planet, and others that's on this planet.
In the last days of the lost found, how did the Muslims survive?
I can't hear them too good up here.
Yes. She says, in the last days of the lost found, how will the Muslims survive?
That's what God came for, to save us from that which He will permit to destroy our enemies. He have come to separate the righteous from the wicked and destroy the wicked and save us from the destruction of that He's using to destroy the wicked.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Dear Holy Apostle, since your teaching on the theology of time, approximately 10 weeks back, you said that in the destruction of America there was two places of refuge. I was wondering if you could reveal those two places.
Two places of refuge.
Yes, sir.
Did you say I said that?
Yes, sir. It was since you have been teaching here, it was in Muhammad Speak on the theology of time. You mentioned there were two places of refuge, and
well, if I did, there is two. I can prove you there is two. There is one. Number one, with your Lord and my Lord. Good question, brother. To know where you will be saved, where you will be secure. But they enjoy it. That's an answer like you did. Years ago. Right now. There's another one? Yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Dear Holy Apostle, in your teaching today, you indicated that we as black people should get rid of the names that the slave master has given to us over the years. The question that I have is whether or not you recognize the legality and legitimacy of non-Christian names assumed by black people by virtue of court decrees, which names have not been given to the black brother or sister by yourself.
I recognize any black man's name if he have some kind of origin for it. But I know that if you see the hereafter, which is meaning the destruction of this world and the name of the devil. That you will have an honorable name and a name that will live, and a name that every one of our people will respect and will admire. But the name of the devils of this world, their name will be destroyed with them. You won't have their name around here to go in. Their language will be destroyed. You won't be able to speak their language. So Allah taught me after 20 years of destruction of them. You will have to speak your unholy language because no one will talk to you in the other language. Excuse me for looking at the timepiece. I got to keep up time.
Yes, sir.
Yes, brother.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
This is my second visit here to the temple, and I desire a name and desire to reclaim my own. I was wondering if the Most Holy Apostle could tell me how I can become, how I can strengthen my belief.
Yes, sir. He said that this is his second visit to the temple, and he desires to reclaim his own and for a name. And he wants to know if you, sir, would tell him how he could strengthen his belief.
Will I do what?
Tell him, instruct him how to strengthen his belief.
Just keep coming here, brother. Anyone else? Yes, brother. Come right on.
You the messenger for Allah, and over there in Israel, they don't have nobody to talk to them. So if when the world comes to an end, how would they know who's the right guy? And they wouldn't know what they wouldn't know. Okay, man.
Can you straighten out his language, brother?
When the world comes to an end, will Allah turn their back on them, or will He send someone over there to save them and tell them who's the right guy?
He wanted to know, dear Apostle, when the world comes to an end, will Allah turn His back on the people in the East, or would He send someone to teach them of who the right God is?
I'm teaching you who is the right God myself. The Bible says that He will send His angels from the east to gather us from the west.
Honor Mahatma, I'd like to ask one question. After visiting this temple and listening carefully, I would like to know how one can become an Islam.
Repeat.
He says, after visiting this temple and listening carefully, he wants to know how one could become a Muslim.
I believe what I teach you and follow me.
I'd like to know, your Holy Pastor, about the Great Northern being. I read where it was indicated that it wasn't supposed to be eaten, and I was wondering whether or not this has changed from that. The Great Northern being.
The apostle, he wants to know whether or not, he said he had read that the great northern bean was not to be eaten, and he wants to know if that has changed.
We don't go for eating the large-sized beans, though they may be navy beans, but we eat the small size of them. That's what he taught me. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum salam.
Mr. Muhammad, I'd like to know, I read in the Sun Times that Master Farad was a drug addict. Is this true?
I don't think you have found any drugs here for sale since you've been coming here, have you? Well, he didn't teach us to use drugs that would put us out of our natural mind.
Thank you.
And the fact about it, he didn't teach us to use drugs of no kind. We use drugs sometimes due to our weakness of causing our body to need some kind of nourishment of that which is now making us sick. But he didn't teach me that. He told me and taught me how to live, to keep from using anything like drugs. But sometimes we get weak, and we go and do that against the nature of our bodies and which they were made in. Then we go and look for something to help us to get back into the well-being again. And we grab at anything that will give us easiness. That be drugs. But if you live like he taught me for us to live, we don't need drugs at no time. We eat once every 2 or 3 days. We won't need no drugs. You say, well, Muhammad, you tell me you use some drugs. Yes, because I was a sin myself. I wasn't eating like he told me. Therefore, falling away from the way I was taught, I suffered the consequence. I suppose to pay if I don't live according to his teaching. But I was to do that. I could not be able to teach you if I don't taste the same that you taste. As the Bible teaches you, and all their afflictions, he was afflicted. But yet the pleasure of the Lord will be upon him. It don't mean by no means that he was guilty of something and that God afflicted him. No, it don't mean that. Like the people thought of Job. Job being a beloved man of God, and he turned him over to the devil to try him out. Let the devil try him out. As the devil had said to God, take the hedge away from around him, and that he'll crush you to your face. He told the devil, go try him, but save his life. And so the devil went, and he poured on Job everything that he had. That he had those who believed in him under. But he was unable to change Job's mind. He suffered all of the afflictions that was put on him, as he tells you in his book, that God brought him near to death. But nevertheless, he refused to forsake God. And he come out of it. And the devil was defeated. This is the modern Job that we're talking about. I have suffered bronchitis, asthma, and I would say all of its associates for about near 10 years now. But I'm not ready to cuss God and die. No. Well, in fact, the Bible is talking about us. I asked him about this. Who was it talking about it? I said, us or the Jews and Greeks? He said, no, it's talking about you all. So when it comes to my affliction, he said, take plenty of it, brother. He said, you will be all right after that. So I go and read over Job's affliction. I said, he did come out of this. And so I believe I'm coming out of mine. There's another question someone wants to ask.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
I noticed that within a few weeks, the white press and the news media is raging a campaign against the Arab nations and trying to get public sympathy for the Israelis. And I wonder, could this be because of the fact that the Arab nations are beginning to recognize the black Muslim movement here in the U.S.?
Yes, I believe those who have knowledge of what kind of work I'm doing in America is beginning to recognize it and respect it. I believe. This is the greatest work ever happened in our midst since we have been crucified into slavery by the white man. There was a work of this kind come in his midst that he was able to try and attack and win. He don't even question this work. You go out there and bring all you can see out there. Not a one of them would get up and question you. There's nothing for him to question me on.
That's right.
He knows the truth, but he's not able to do the truth.
That's right.
But he knows it.
That's right.
He gives me credit for teaching the truth, but he's not able to accept the truth because there is no truth in him.
The wrong side will go to destruction. Do you feel that all men have to die?
I want to know, what about the Christians, you say?
She said that according to the Christian teachings, all men must die. But those who are on the right side of God will go on to an eternal life.
Yes, and that's why we are here today, because those on the right side mean those who believe in God, and they put that trust in God, and we are descendants of those righteous people.
She wants to know, will we have to suffer death?
There is not a life made according to the teachings of God to me that will not taste death.
Assalamu alaikum, you all apostle.
Wa alaikum salam.
I've always been confused about how an original man like the Egyptian would put in slavery another original man like the Hebrews, the Israelites. I'd like to know what made the Egyptian wicked.
What made the Egyptians what?
What made the Egyptians wicked? He could not understand how an original man like an Egyptian would place another original man like the Hebrews in slavery. And what made the Egyptians wicked?
I guess I should have somebody up here in my place to listen to you. What made the Egyptian wicked?
Yes, sir.
There was in their time the wicked man coming among them. 6,000 years ago, the wicked devil got a chance to visit among the Egyptians, like when England come among the Egyptians, and they deceived the Egyptians to the foreign and doing like them. And there was the Turkish people who also is there in Egypt, and they poured a little of their devil's stuff in them under the rule of Pasha. Wa alaikum salam.
I got two questions to answer. I wanted to know, have you spoken to God yourself, and how long have you known Allah?
Yes, as far as the name goes, I'm Allah and you Allah. I'm not anything more than you in that sense. We're all Allah.
Pardon me, sir. His question was, number one, did you yourself speak to God? And secondly, how long have you known Allah?
Yes, I thought I was seeking Him ever since I was born. But I didn't know Him. I was blinded to the knowledge of Him. So He came to me and made Himself known to me. This is the way I got to know Him. I was trying to seek Him, but I wasn't able to approach the right path to get to Him because I was blind when I was born by the enemy. Any more?
promised land is. And I thought I prepared for that.
The apostle, he says that he read in the Muhammad Speaks recently that you were going to come back to the temple and reveal where the promised land was. But he says he's been following Muhammad Speaks and he has not seen you reveal that, and he wanted to know if you intended to.
That's the place where you're in now? As you may read in the Bible where that Jesus said that it is the Lord's own good will to give thee the kingdom. This means a kingdom that you have to inherit that is not present at that time, but the kingdom of heaven that is righteous. He intended, and it will be this place that he will give the kingdom of the wicked. As Isaiah and other prophets prophesied that he gives to us the kingdom of the wicked.
Muhammad, I would like to know, you just said about Joseph and Mary just having one child, Jesus. Did they have more than one child after that child was born?
Explain.
She said that she's read that Joseph, she wanted to know if Joseph and Mary had another child after Jesus.
Another child.
Another child after Jesus.
We find here in the New Testament where that they was inquiring of Jesus while he was teaching, that someone told Jesus that his mother, brothers and sisters was out there inquiring, and that Jesus made it clear that none could be his mother nor brother and sister unless they believed like him. And this shows that his mother and his brother was not good believers in him, if you turn them down like that. He said, these are mine that stand here, meaning those who was on the inside with him. Well, that is true. And the way of the belief, you can't be the brother of a believer or a sister of a believer unless you believe like him. Any more? No more? Then we going to... Yes, brother, come right on. About to dismiss.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
I would like to ask the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, were the original scientists black?
Yes. According to what God taught me, the original one was black. They had a kind of, a circle to themselves. And they were always black.
Then what I would like to ask the Honorable Elijah is why do we now have to go to the devil to get our knowledge as far as science?
Well, it is not me in your we. I'm not in that way. I don't go to the devil to get knowledge. If I had went to the devil to get knowledge, you would attack me on that knowledge, but since I didn't graduate from colleges and universities of here, my knowledge is not of here. All that I teach came from Allah under the name of Master Farad Muhammad. The own praise is due forever. I got nothing out of the schools and colleges and universities of the white man. I have none of it.
But we have to go to the schools, established schools and universities in order to build a nation.
You don't have to go to the universities of the devil to be able to teach the nation. As I just told you, I didn't go. I never had to. Just a moment. This is why you must have a change. You can't have a change unless that you get out of what you're in. And getting into another civilization, you have to have the knowledge of how to get in that civilization. So I teach you something new. It is not out there in this civilization. You can't find a step of it. Everything that you teach me, even from age, in the kindergarten of this devil's school, it has to be changed from that way and that understanding of A and B over here with us. You say, well, go ahead and tell me. Oh, well, let's go back there and write your name down on the book then. This is why the devil put science to every letter of his teachings, alphabet, and reading. He's got science letters there for you to pay attention to. That this he have recorded for it to be understood in another way. But we have something already recorded and have the other way with it. If you will understand what we are telling you. This is why I invite you to come. I want to teach you that which God has given to me to give to you, and the knowledge of that which the enemy gives to you, so you could know how to compare the two. That's why I'm inviting you to come. If, brother, you will follow me around here and there from one door of the teaching to the other, I will teach you the meanings of things when I can get you to understand first yourself. And if you ever understand yourself, then the understanding of his signs and to higher learning will come real clear to you. I'm not risen up among you that is blind and deaf and dumb to the signs he uses for his higher knowledge and understanding in his educational system. I know them, but I want you to learn first yourself. So when I teach, I'll go with you over there in your own higher education. that you will not call me a liar. You will say, yes, this is where I got to. But I didn't know there was more. I will go to you and say, teach it if you want me to, and your own teaching. And I will show you how the devil tricked you and others. I'm not trying to play wise into that which you recognize is wisdom and the way it was taught to you. I'm not trying to play wise. I'm only trying to tell you that he didn't tell you all. And what I will tell you of that which you believe is great and above what I have been taught, I will prove to you by that before his face that I'm telling you the truth, that he robbed you. Instead of bringing you up his equal, he kept you at his feet. I will let you go bring one in here, if you like to. And I'll give him a seat up here, and I will talk to him before your face. We are not to be defeated. And we won't be defeated as long as God with us in person. So at this time, I'm going to bring our meetings and questions to a close, as it is time that we go home, and some of us have to feed the babies. They are hungry, and they'll run us out of the house. So if you will allow me to stop our meeting at this phase of it, I will thank you.
Thank you, dear Pastor.
I really thank you for having the intelligence to question me on what you have questioned me on, because it was not ignorance nor foolishness. It made sense. So I thank you, and I'm going to ask, how many are you visiting us who have not accepted what we teach? Hold up your hands. All you that is visiting us that have not accepted what we are teaching you. Oh, I know there are more than that in here. I thought all of you was converted, but you few. I would say Allah has really blessed us. Now, have you been coming here long enough to learn whether or not we are teaching you the truth or other than the truth? Hold up your hand. Are you here that have learned that we are teaching you the truth? Hold up your hand. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, if you have learned that we are teaching you the truth, I want to see the hand that wants to accept the truth. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. To approve you teach it. Are you a word? No, that's a step there. So I don't see no place here. Well, you will get to the minister or the secretary. Go back there and give her your name, and she will write you down. And you're going to be glad when the time comes. When those people start to shooting at each other over there and sinking people's ships, you're going to be glad. Don't be like the Holy One said that you would be. Oh, would that I had followed the messenger. Oh, would that I had taken away with the apostle after the truth had come to me. So you follow that up by giving your name to the secretary. Thank you so very much for coming to this call for you. And don't let it leave you without you following it. I thank you. The world is in an awful condition. They want to shoot these people so bad. They're outright telling them now. Since Japan has joined up with Korea and China, they are not afraid to tell you that they're ready to kill Wao John. That's what they call the devil. So I say, get out of the way of the shooting of Wao John. So I thank you for your patience and endurance here this afternoon, and that I hope to see you again soon. Assalamu alaikum.
Who was that said I was not a big man? I know I'm a big man now. There are so many of you in here, you have darkened our temple out so that I can hardly see you. That's really something. Oh, yes. You find anybody out there calling me little man, tell them you go down to that temple. You will find he's not a little man, he's a big man. I'm really happy to see you here. I feel more happier today than any day I have been out here.
You see, I'm not cheated like that Baptist preacher was in the South. He just kept going to the church to preach to lots of people. He wanted a church to pastor. You know how some of these fellows are about that. So when he would go out, the people will come and they'd start talking about their Saturday night parties while in the church. And just look it up at him every now and then. And he got tired of that. So last once he went out, carried his Bible case with him, and he set it up on his Bible stand. He opened it up. He pulled out a quart of whiskey, set it down to his left. And he pulled out a 45 and put it down to his right. He laid his Bible in between the two. He said, brothers and sisters, my text today is some of these things will move you. So you are lucky today that I don't have that to do. You're already here. So something have moved you. As long as something is moving you, that makes me feel good. But when you go to people and nobody moving, then you're in bad shape. We have always here a program in which maybe you don't like too much. It's a program of doing something for self. With millions of us here in America, and with millions out of America, we are trying to say to you in words that you're going to have to move. The people on the outside is pushing in. And they don't have this kind of weapons. They don't come in talking. They want to come in shooting. And I want to teach you how to get out of the way. One place in the Holy Quran, and there's another place in the Bible, where it says that we have heard of this ever since our fathers fell asleep. You've been telling us this. Well, God, as the Bible said, do not wish to destroy any of us. He wishes that we come to understanding and believe and accept your arm so that he could take you home into your arms and not carry you to hell with the devil. He's forced to do that if you don't accept. But if you will accept, he even give you a little time. Hold the works back until you can make up your mind. But the time today has been that you have been given this time very, very long, overdue. If you had not been here, the devil would have been destroyed as soon as his time was up in 1914. But since you were here, and you are the one that God is seeking, then the time is delayed because you delayed yourself. So I'm here to tell you today, like that last angel. That last angel said, time knoweth now, will soon know no more. So I'm with him.
I can easily bear him witness to that truth. The time that you have known will be no more. They are tired of giving you time. So, as I heard my father make some imaginations on that trumpet, he said Gabriel will blow a trumpet, that it is into parts, and that each part measured 9 foot, which made the trumpet 27 feet long. He used to preach that fire stuff. Oh, brother, it looked like that you wouldn't hardly be able to get ready. So I'm saying to you that that trumpet, I don't say 9 feet each length of it, but I said this, that the time that you have known will soon know no more. These people is getting ready, and I'm trying to hurry you and myself to get ready. Hurry, hurry, lay hold to your arm. This is what I'm here for. We have, as you know, our program. It is doing something for yourself, and that if God will give to you and me the kingdom, we have to learn how to keep up the kingdom. Give a man something and then he don't know how to keep it up, you're wasting time. We must learn how to keep it up, as the Bible teaches us that you're raised up to rebuild the waste city. That's there in your Bible. So, those who will waste the cities is the ones that we want to stay out of the way of, because they will be causing trouble. I'm looking for cable people to help me to put this job over and put it over at once. So I find here Mr. Percy Coggins, a medical doctor. Well, we be sick sometime, brother, don't worry. You have something to do. Because we are not in our own and we are not acting ourselves. Mr. Patrick Coggins, a deputy. Well, we have some people around here that gets out of their places sometimes. I don't know what kind of deputy you are. But however, Mr. Coggins, if you are one of those that picks up people who is not in their right orbit, we need you. And Mr. Patrick, deputy administrator and legal consultant, thank you for visiting us. These are the kind of people we're looking for. And also Dr. Houston X. Kelly, medical doctor. We need you doctors. Don't you hear my voice kind of bad? Dr. Joseph Smith, he's a doctor. Mr. Earl T. Bratton, teacher. If I mispronounce your names, well, just like for me, I got to school and they was closing. Mrs. Brossi, M. Jones, manager, traveling agent, HFC.
like you too, because we traveled a lot. You know, to tell you the truth, some of our people had never left the community that they was born in. Islam went and moved them out. They are traveling. Islam will certainly put you on the road. Dr. E.T. Johnson, surgery. Oh no, I don't want you. No surgery, brother. No, no. I need all of my skin. Dr. Cedric, ex-Clark professor. We need you. You're a professor. We're not one ourselves. Charles 19X James, teacher. Carl 4X Morris, engineer. I should have you standing, shouldn't I? Every time I call your name, so we'll know who to call on. So that a fellow don't beat you out of the job when we call. You know? That is right. These are doctors. We always need a doctor sometime. Charles 19X James, teacher. We need plenty of teachers. May you stand. Let's see how you look. Where are you? Yeah. Yes. The secretary said probably the brothers in the school section. Carl 4X M. Morris, engineer. He may be in this. Yes. Well, some of them is out, brother, and I don't get a hold of them. Excuse my delay here. I don't know what I'm going to call this one. Name or not, I didn't go to school, I told you. Is this brother Octavius? Octavius Ekroon, director of the Roxbury Medical Techno Institution. Are you here? It is. Okay. Ms. Corina H. Aline, registered nurse. Are you here? Well, we need nurses. I need one right now. All the way in the back. Oh, yes. Thank you, sister. Mrs. Lucille M. Holland, administrator and assistant. Miss Lucille. So, I brought a Lucille here with me. And she was a nurse. Thank you, sister. Or rather, she is a nurse. No, that is not a nurse that I brought here. Ooh, look at the nurses here. Mrs. Tara Richard, nurse. You, Mrs. Richard? Thank you. Mrs. Dolores. No, wait a minute. Mrs. Audrey, you call off these because you went to school more than I did. So you call them off.
Mrs. Audrey Arrington, a nurse from Detroit.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir, right there, sir. Miss Melinda Robinson, a nurse from Detroit.
Yes, she is.
Yes,
He's here.
Mr. Garland, contractor from San Francisco.
He's here.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Corrine Elene, I believe it is, registered nurse. Yes, sir. She's in the back. She just raised her hand all the way in the back there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I see her now.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. E.T. Johnson. He's right here, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Cedric X. Clark. He must be in the school also. Mr. Patrick Coggins, the Deputy Administrator and Legal Consultant. Mr. Coggins?
No, he's not here.
No, sir. Mr. M. Forster, electrical contractor. He's right there, sir. He just stood in the back there. Mr.
I was
Forster?
just about to say he should
Mr.
not
Forster?
have missed. Since he's a contractor, we have work to do.
Yes, sir. Mr. Forster, would you stand, please? Mr. Archie Simpson, electrical contractor.
Yes, he's here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. John Slade, television producer from Boston.
Yeah, he's here.
Thank
you, sir.
Mr. Steve Hussein, Black News Television, also from Boston. Mr. Hussein. Mr. Wesley Williams, Black News. Mr. Louis Overby, reporter, Christian Science. Mr. Earl X. Bracton, doctoral candidate and teacher.
Well, we don't see him.
Yes, sir. Dr. Kelly, Brother Dr. Houston A.X. Kelly, sir, medical doctor from Boston.
From Boston?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's up in that corner of the United States where Goodwin comes up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Percy Coggins, a medical doctor. Mr. Percy Coggins?
Don't seem, I guess he have a patient. It's bad weather outside.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Joseph Smith, the medical doctor. There he is back there, sir, standing in the corner near the post. Mr. Smith, would you stand again, please?
He's here. Thank you for your presence. Okay. Well, we can say to you that we are real happy to have you present. We want you to know that we need your service, every one of you professional people. We can't come in and say, be well and you will be well. We have to get well. This weather seems to have me a little troubled up. So as soon as I can get myself well, then I will show you how I got well, and then you can start practicing. But I must go through with what all the others went through with. Remember the book. It says there when Job began to complain that when God answered him, he answered him out of the whirlwind. He come to him pretty tough. He asked Job to answer him then. Job was not ready to give answer to what he was asking. Those questions he asked, Job was
Question that Job had never been questioned on. Condemned Job. And the first word he said, who is this that darkened counsel by reasons of words? He criticized Job that he was throwing in his little excuses and accusing of the God. That he was making the truth become dark. So he asked him just a few questions. And Job ought to know how to have answered those few questions. He said, what is the foundation in which the earth is speaking to defend his questions? Now, Job, if you can answer some of these questions, he didn't say some of them, but these things, he didn't, it don't read exactly like I'm saying, but this is what it means. If you can answer my question, Job, your own right arm, your own right hand can save you. Think over that. Just go ahead, Job, now and answer me for a few minutes. Job told him they was too heavy for him. He couldn't answer the question. He ought to told Job to shut up then. But I'm not going to tell you to shut up. I'm going to tell you to talk. I want you to open up and talk. I don't want you to shut up. I'm looking for labor. And the day is far spent. You hear lots of things going on now. You hear that the East is now joining up with East. You hear that, you read it, but you don't think it's talking about you and it won't interfere with your big chief. Here in America, he's the big boss. But I said he got the boss sort of surrounded. And he's got to be a boss to get out of it. Joining up with East. You'll hear that, you read it. But you don't think it's talking about you and it won't interfere with your big chief. Here in America, he's the big boss. But I said he got the boss sort of surrounded. And he's got to be a boss to get out of it. You notice that America's money is just continuing to fall. You notice that people continue, nations continue to unite on the outside of America. In the book, in the Bible, it says that they said, come, let us go up against her. Noonday. Let us go and take her while she's asleep. This is referring to America. The Asiatic nation is the one talking there. They're about ready to strike. And the country knows this to be true. I'm not biting my tongue to tell you that. Yeah. They are ready to strike her. The nation of Asia. They're all uniting together against this one to lay hold on her. And lay her low. Our God says to me, my greatest desire is to bring this devil, this is what he used, this devil to his knees.
don't need it. Thank you. So we being in the midst of all of this great cloud and clouds of war being made up, and all of them's aim is towards America. I want you to interest yourself in trying to save self. Don't think that America is prepared today to keep them from coming in on you. She's not. No. She's not able to ward off this type of enemies that is coming against her. Yes, sir. They have united all over Asia to focus their guns on America and remove her from the planet Earth. Yes, sir. Not to give her a chance to live somewhere else, but to remove her from the planet Earth. My friends, I'm telling you the truth from the mouth of God and His prophets. America is gone. She's going. As the Bible teaches you in a symbolic way, it says Babylon is falling. Why is she falling? Because she has become a habitation of devils and a cage for every foul and hateful bird. This is your America. It's there in your Bible, prophesying that this country is nothing in the world. It's filled with nothing but devils. And them that is not devils, maybe that's some of you, full of hatred and tearing foul spirits. My beloved, I'm here to talk with you on such a subject as I'm talking, which means judgment of someone or some country. This is our country that we are living in. And another place there in Revelation, it warns you and me to fly out of her, flee from her, and be not caught into her snare. I'm telling you, brothers, this is true. We have before our eyes, and been reading it ever since Grandma went around. You better begin to respect it as the truth you are reading. There will be no more some of the worldly scientists now. Think over this. Some of the worldly scientists bearing me witness that this is the truth, that America, see, doubt America will live another 3 years. This is the devil himself saying that. According to what he has learned, he says, that the Lord said through the mouth of his prophets and apostles that America will hardly live 3 more years. I bear him witness. I have not told you this, but I can show it to you in black and white. Said in came 3 years after the death of Muhammad's wife. Maybe you can find it. This is in the table talk of Muhammad. And it's also in 2 or 3 other places by the scholars of Islam. They have a death pretty well described. I read it years ago. I did not want to never say nothing about it until after her death, because she had many children and grandchildren. I didn't want them to know it. But there's much we must tell today that yesterday we did not want to tell it. We have many things that we would like that you know. Putting it in a man's heart 25 or 30 years ago, these things, I was forced to keep quiet until the time comes that we can take many things of truth that we didn't know. I stayed with God 3 years and near hell. And He taught me night and day. He didn't let me rest. Night and day. Of the world of black man. Not world of black mankind, but the world of black man. The kind is the devil Caucasian. He is the kind of man. He's mankind, and we are man. He don't mind confessing that he's a mankind. He called himself that. And he will admit it to you. Excuse my slow getting around up here. I am to teach you wisdom, divine wisdom. I can't hasten it, because that you have never had no such teacher as I. I am a teacher that you don't meet every day. I can go to the doctor's office, or to his clinic, or to his hospital, and he won't know no different hardly from me than he would any other patient. I'm not here to show off. I have been taught how to teach you to get well and stay well. Well, then why don't you do that, Mr. Muhammad? I had to fulfill. The sickness that come to me, I had that to bear anyway. If I had not, then I would not be the man that I am. I have to bear that which others bared when they were here years ago and thousands of years ago. I'm a fulfiller. So therefore I have to take and go through with that which prophets went through thousands of years ago, in order to make it worthless for you to have another prophet. That's right, you don't need no prophets after me. I bring you face to face with God and the devil. Therefore you don't need no more prophets. I fulfill in your presence that which Moses Aaron, and Lot, Abraham before them. I fulfill all of them right in your face. But you don't know these things because you never studied Scripture. Therefore, the prophesier of the Scripture, you don't know that until I open it up to you. But you will read where that God in the Bible teach you that He would send you one to teach you the Scripture. And in the Holy Quran, it plainly teaches you that God will send you one to teach you the wisdom and the knowledge of these things scripturally. But since you have not been too much of a scripture reader, I'm here to put your minds back in it so that you will find the truth that I'm teaching you. It's there. We are so proud these days and time from the teachings of the devil, we don't have time to listen to spiritual teachings. We laugh at that because the devil's made us like themselves. He don't care nothing about listening to no truth. He know he's one that was made without truth, was none put in him. And that when you talk to the devil about truth, he laugh and begin to get mournful looking, and he'll soon dismiss himself, because that's not the nature of him to sit and listen to truth. But reach over and get your old banjo and some other musical instrument and start playing and blowing off the blues. You makes him happy. Yeah, he's a happy man then, because you are now given to him, rather I should say, that which by nature he was made to listen to. Not made to listen to truth. No. They want to come here, but they know they are not fit to sit here and listen. But the truth, since the truth is against himself. Yes, I have to, brother. Take your time. The Holy Quran is our book. It's a late one. So it being late coming to us, and we being late in receiving it. Let me read to you a verse or two of the opening chapter of the Holy Quran. It goes something like this. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Praise be to Allah, the Lord of the worlds. Not one world, but of the world. You have an S on there. The Beneficent, the Merciful. Master of the day of requital. He's the master on the judgment day. And it follows up with the witness of the righteous in these words. Thee do we serve, and thee do we beseech for help. If we serve a king, that king is the one to help us. Because we are his servants. Who are we going to serve? And who are we going to look for help? But our master. Guide us on the right path. Who are we going to look to be guided on the right path if we serve Him? No one that we can see. The path of those upon whom Thou hast bestowed favors. This is the opening of the Holy Quran. How beautiful. The path of those whom He hath bestowed favor. Not upon the path of those upon whom Thou hast... No, pardon me, I'm about to get wrong here. Not the path of those whom wrath is brought down, nor those who go astray. We don't want no such thing as chastising. I tell you, brothers and sisters, the Holy Quran is a great book. It's a book that the devil can't call a lying book. This is one book he don't dispute. He recognizes it to be a book full of truth. And so he don't argue about it. Most intelligent white people, they have a Holy Quran in their house. They told me that when I was in prison, a guy was a Muslim shriner, and he told me, he said, why shouldn't they let you have your book, the Holy Quran? He said, I have mine. He said, you are Muslim. He said, they're trying to force you to read the Bible. He said, because I asked the lieutenant. I said, why don't you let him have his Holy Quran? He said, that's what we got him in here for. To let him read the Bible. And he swore back to him and said, that's a shame. To let him be deprived of his Holy Quran. And then your government tell him that he have the freedom of religion. These things is like the Bible prophesied. In that day and time, the truth will be made clear so all can understand. Well, it's becoming so clear today that even they themselves wish that they could join up with the truth. Ask me, most of the week, could they join? Couldn't some of us join? I tell them no. He said, you don't mean to say none of us right? I said, let me give you an example. I said, there's lots of snakes. I said, some of them is harmless, we call it. I said, but yet he's a snake. He started laughing. You know, I was after him. So it kind of tickled me then. I said, surely there are many white people better than others. Just but they are white people. So they always is asking me some kind of question. And they all want to know, can't some of us get by? I told them, I gave them a description of Egypt when Moses went out of Egypt, that some of the Egyptians went out with him. I said, this don't mean that every white person is going to be killed on that day. I said, no. I said, many will survive that day. I said, but he will go back to his army. I said, like the church people. I said, they're not going to be killed. I said, because Allah told them that they would not. They've been trying to practice Islam, though they are white people. But they tried to practice Islam. They are called Muslims. I said, they are Muslim by their practice. I said, but by nature, he's like you and all the rest. But by his practices, the faith of Islam, God given them extensions of time. So he will do you the same if you're able to practice it. Say, well, I don't find a fault of it. I said, well, that don't get it yet. Don't find no fault, but I don't practice it. The good book says that if you believe, carry it into practice. A belief that is not practiced goes for nothing. And so we get along very well, as long as you know a snake will sting you. Don't go up playing with it. So I tell you these things. Don't take them for jokes and plays. Just remember at all times he's a snake. If Muhammad, that we live in the day of judgment, and that we all got to go to our home, what does our home look like? It looks like this. Looks like the earth, and with you in our home. This is your home. You're not going to be taken up in the sky no place, unless it's in a plane to take you out of trouble to another spot where the trouble is not going on. But you're not going to be taken care of like you read there in the Bible, that the angel will come from heaven, and you've been looking for spirits to come out of the sky. No, not like that. The angel will come from heaven, all right enough, but they men, and not spooks like you think they are. They are men, and that they will come in planes to take you up out of the troubled area and fly you to another peaceful area. Out in the far Pacific, the Bible prophesies to you that you will be taken to the islands far away. They do have places out there they could take care of on permanent, forever. And you may live on some of these islands. I'm not in no hurry. I just want to talk with you. There is New Zealand. They have already cried out that they could take all of us. But I don't think you'll go to New Zealand right away. You may spread out in that area later on. But I don't think you're going now. I don't think you're going nowhere but here. If the scripture is true, and it is, that the Lord says that it is his own goodwill to give thee the kingdom. Well, if it's his own goodwill to give us the kingdom, and backs it up by other prophecies by saying he taketh the kingdom from whom he pleases and give it to whom he pleases. This is a broad hint that he will take this country and give it to another people. And if he don't do that, he's well able to destroy it and give it to no one. But he's able to take it and give it to whom he pleases. And I saw, or rather he showed me, how he could take the country without striking a match. Don't have to take it as far. He have already shown me this. He can take it without lighting a match. Don't have to have no fire. Take it very easy, and you can go around and get even with Johnny for mistreating you. This is true as I'm standing here. Then he shown me how easy he could do so with the punishment he put on some of my followers, who was hypocrites. As good as they say, what can he do when he gets like that? That's the way it was shown to me. It was natural. It wasn't in no dreams. These hypocrites were after me, take my life. So he let them get to me. Then he got a hold of them. And brother, I don't want him to get a hold of me like that. The Holy One said it is the worst chastisement. He don't chastise like anyone else. It's the worst. It's the next thing to death. When you get something next to death, brother, you're in bad fix. I saw this. He shown me just how that he will chastise those that will not believe and obey. He don't want to kill you. He told me not to do so. Well, you say, well, I can slap you down with one hand. Well, that is right. But you can't slap that which I may desire against you down like that. So, it is a terrible thing. As the Bible teaches, do not fall into the chastisement of God. Well, Brother Muhammad, I'm getting hungry. Through with this slow march and stuff. I'm getting hungry. When is you going to get through with this slow march and stuff? But I am moving along pretty fast. You professional people, we have all you can do if you would join up with us. One thing I must remind you of, I cannot accept you to work for me unless you want to be right. If you don't want to be right now, it won't be you working for me. I will be working against you. I want you to know these things. Professional people, that I am here to lay the foundation for a new world, new government. And we can't follow the old world and its government that we have known. We're going to build a new government. And the government is a government of righteousness. I want you to know that. The hereafter means after the destruction of the wicked and their wicked government. That's what we mean when we say hereafter. And the hereafter is coming soon for America. She is the first to be destroyed because she has mistreated us so terribly wrong until God is tired of waiting on us to make up our mind to leave evil and come over to righteousness. As you have it there in the Bible, it goes something like this, that let him that is righteous be righteous still, let him be wicked still, for I come quickly, says the Lord. You have that. Well, this is the quick time that he's making up his mind to come. He has given us 60 or more years to make up our mind. That's a long time waiting on people guilty of doing every known no good at all. So you have been given that time from 1914 up until today. And that's a long time. So living around among the wicked, and they invented more wickedness every hour for you to practice. He don't let you sleep at night unless he entertains you with nothing but evil and filth. He keeps your mind on filth and evil. So God is tired of America, and since she was the first to bring us here and put us under such condition, and now still is not trying to repent for her evil doings, as one of the white devil preachers told me. He said, I know, Muhammad, that we are guilty of these things, and I wish you to do something about it. He said, we have treated you all terribly bad. Well, he was just bearing me witness to what I was charging them with. He wasn't doing this voluntarily. I had hemmed him up, cornered him, forcing him to admit these things. They will admit that I'm teaching you righteousness when you go out there and ask one. He'll tell you, who, Muhammad? Yeah, he says, he's teaching you all right. Yeah, but I hope that you remember this. How many of you are going to believe Muhammad? He may tell you that. He said, but he's right on that. He told me out of his own mouth. He said, Muhammad, isn't it true that your people will not believe anything that you teachers tell them unless we white people, as you call us, the blue-eyed devils, until we put our stamp of approval on it? Not going to believe anything. And that's true. When you go to college, as I've been told, that I have a son, he's over there. He went, tried to put him through every college, sent him to Al-Azhar in Egypt, and he still is a disbeliever. So he told me, he said, Dad, he said, when you go to these colleges and universities, he said, they make you an infidel. He said, you don't believe like you used. I said, well, son, you know better. I said, believe it or let alone. And he said, oh, Dad, I didn't mean that you wasn't right. I said, well, I mean this, son, what I said. That you know, and that now you can take it or leave it. Well, he's teaching school in Tennessee, down there to the devils. Well, leave a man to what he wants to be. Don't try and force a man to believe in that which he don't want to believe in, because you have only hypocrites. So, my beloved listeners and professional people, your profession will help us and yourself too, if it was used in Islam. And since you are here, this is for you to decide. Since you have learned, have the privilege to deal with any Asian people or country, that their money is still valuable. If you want to get in, I will show you how. But I'm afraid if you go with the knowledge you have now, you could be the loser there. I don't get nothing but credit from God for guiding me. I don't want you to give me a penny for right guidance and right teaching. I don't say I wouldn't, pardon me, I take that back. I will accept you giving something to help me in the work, but I'm not out here to preach and teach for your money. I'm out here to teach and preach to you how to save your life. We are at the crossroads. We are at the crossroads. We got to accept or reject, to one or the other. These men coming up here, dressed up in moon and stars, these are the people of the hereafter. Now, don't think you can get by if it's not in your heart. It's got to be in your heart. Nope, no show off today. And these people is not showing off. They have it in their heart. Their whole entire dress can be singled out and spoken with understanding, and these few words: freedom, justice, equality. Freedom you have never had a chance to enjoy because you've been with your slave master, depriving you of freedom. And also, justice have never come to you. Equality of nations never come to you. Now it's coming to you. You wear this uniform anywhere on the planet Earth. Among any nation, you're welcome. They will welcome you to come in, because they know you was not a fool to put that on. These crescents that you have wrapped around your shoulders. Yes, they know you was not a fool for you to wear that. They who put it on you taught you what it was. And that's right. I teach you what it is and teach you what it means. And you can go anywhere on the earth and use what I teach you. And they will say, he's teaching you right. I'm not going to teach you nothing but right. We have lots of little things we want to get around with you. The time is so near to the end. We can't go through with everything. And I can't get up here and preach like Reverend, Bonewater or somewhere. I can't do that. I have to take time to teach you. And we have workers that you have not got acquainted with yet. You'll write your letter in to get joined up or registered up with we, the Muslim world. Probably you never seen the secretary that received your letter and examine them for correction. Is Sister Hutton here? Yes, come here. Come on out. Turn on that brother, go there, turn it. So, this is Sister Margaret Hussein, the one that you write in for your letter to be okay for passage in the nation of Islam, so that you may become a registered Muslim in the nation, because you can't get in the nation of Islam like you can in Christianity. Oh no, it's not that easy. It's a little harder than that. So this is Sister Hussein. She's the one that reads your letter and okay them if they are right. And maybe some of you have never met her. So Sister Hussein, I met her a long time ago, and I keep, chastising every now and then. When you don't hear from her so often, she's crying. Well, the Bible says God doesn't take one of us unless He give us a spanking. He must chastise us to let us know that He is God. So I want Him to chastise me if I'm wrong, because I know then He loves me. If you have anything to say, you could say something to them.
I'd like to say, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum, dear sisters and brothers, and I thank Allah for this privilege of meeting you, because we've corresponded much, and the work of the messenger is the most important work in the world. And I wish that we would all understand that everything that the messenger does is based on Scripture, because he is a divine messenger and we are a holy people. So therefore, we must look at the messenger in the light of who he really is and understand our greatness and the work that we are doing for the messenger and the great people that we are to be privileged to have such a messenger as the messenger of Allah.
I thank you, Sister Hawthorne. And if there's anything that you think that you need to tell me that you don't like in her office, why, you may stand and tell me, and I will try and correct it. That's very nice of you, that you don't have no charges against our secretary. So, Secretary, we thank you for pleasing and satisfying the people in your office. And we have also other officers here that we could bring before you again and again. But since the time is getting short and that I'm getting hungry, that's right, but I'm getting hungry. We have to think many times before ever that we speak to see whether or not we are speaking the truth. The main thing that we people who are led by the devil himself, that we must remember that our foster father was the devil himself, and that we have to quit practicing after our foster father and go now to our real father and practice the works of truth. We must remember that we were taken from our homes. We didn't really come here. We were taken and brought here against our will and against the will of our Father. But we was not able to resist our captors and preventing them from bringing us here in this part of the world. Remember how the history teach you how many lives we lost on ships, leaping overboard to keep from coming here. Our fathers did not want to come here, but they was forced against their will. They wanted to return home, but they didn't have a boat to go back on. They didn't have anything to cross the Atlantic with, but what they had been brought here. And then this wicked slave master, blue-eyed devil, he had rather dump us overboard, drown us than to bring us back home. Therefore, having us bowing to his will, the will of the devil, to obey him, the balance of our lives, under the whip, under chains, under bullets, run through our brains. Today, we were left here, standing on the shore, after they got off the ship, looking at the ship returning to bring their brothers there. They cried to go back. As the devil tells you and me in his book that the ship was named Jesus. Think over that. Giving a slave boat now, that good name. Since you believe in Jesus, okay, here is your Jesus. That's an awful thing to think of. That he will now tell you that this slave boat, prison house, that he brought you across the water on, that's your Jesus. You could feed him with limestone and think that you was giving them cool water.
Yes, sir.
Wicked. Take an innocent person out of his home and bring him into a far-off country. 3,000 or more miles across, nothing but water. Then tell him, I am your master, I am your God. Don't tell me your name is Ali or Muhammad. Your name is Mr. Culpepper. That's right. Any kind of name. Mr. Wood, Mr. Burry, Mr. Fish. Nothing. Now today, all I have found, the Bible proceeds with his coming with the prophesy. I will go and search there for my people. And when I have found them, I will bring them again. Sell them again among that foreign people and in their own home. Brother, this is beautiful.
Yes, sir.
One writer says that when he found that he goes back and tells his people, and then in the end he will say to the angels of his, go and bring everyone that is called by my name.
Yes, sir.
I have created him for my own self, for my own glory. Now today, he's after us, offering us the beautiful names, Muhammad, Ali. Those are two great names in this world.
Yes, sir.
Now we're so proud over being called Mr. Brown, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Culpepper, and if you ask him what the name means, he can't tell you. He don't know what it means. All he knows, white man give it to me. You shouldn't be called it. What? If I'm not named that, what am I named? He gets kind of sort of proud. He want to give you words. He may be a doctor in office. Or he may be some professor in a school. He'll go to argue with you. Tell me what my name is. 40 years ago, we couldn't hardly tell them that. They're much better now. But 40 years ago, they cuss us out. And laugh at Muhammad and Ali. Some funny name. Where do you get those names? Call them funny names. I was here. I was then trying to get them to accept those names. Let me see, do I have a card in my pocket? I'm not too sure. Used like that in my pocket to show you what a beautiful card that name looked like on it. Devil look at it and he almost ready to jump as soon as he sees it. No, I don't have it in my pocket today. I should have one. No, that's not. I mostly have one in one place or another. Sometimes I have it in one so that I can get it, but I don't think this whole one that I can use the carriers today. However, don't get impatient now. Dismiss that. Thank you. But you can't go back to your people, nor even in Africa, with the white man's name. Now, many of you say, I go to Africa. But when the checkup day comes, they'll send you back. Because you must have a Muslim name, Islamic people's name, to see the hereafter. You can't go with the white man's name. And Africa will tell you that. No, when the time comes for your separation, you must return to us with the name of Allah. That we all have to go in His name. And the Bible teaches you that. And why should not we leap and jump to get out of the name of an enemy who chained up our fathers and mothers and beat them with the chain after he got them over here? Why shouldn't we be happy? You don't seem to be happy to get out of the devil's name. Why, you should then have this temple here almost rocking just to hear them. To get out of the name of an enemy who is out there shooting your brothers and sisters every day for nothing. You're walking by like a sheep while the slaughterer is slaughtering the other sheep. This sheep going along biting grass. Don't pay any attention.
Yes, sir.
That's the way we are here. Don't pay any attention. Look out here, these boys that got killed, lying there asleep, like a rabbit is sleeping in his bed, not paying no attention to the dog. And here comes the dog eating him up. But a dog won't grab a rabbit when he's lying sleeping in his bed. He'll make a noise to make him jump up. Because I have hunted with dogs after rabbits in the South. And that rabbit dog of mine, he'd go up there, he'd catch a rabbit squatting down in his bed on the little grass, and with his ears lying down on his back, neck. The dog won't jump right on him like that. He'd take his feet and pat the grass and make a little noise. And the rabbit jump up, and he run. Then he takes out after him. He give him a chance for his life. But look what these devils did for these boys out there. Men lying there asleep. He wouldn't wake him. He sent a blast of bullets in the man while he was sleeping. He had it anyway. Why didn't he just tell him, well, I got you covered. You want to take it without fighting? That would have been just, but he was such a coward, scared of it. So the devil blasted the man's life out of him. He didn't, dead man never saw his enemy. Didn't know what he looked like. He died before he could be wakened. He didn't know what killed him. See what kind of people you live among? And that you praise them up and wish you could stay on with them forever? Look what you are doing. I don't say these men would not have gotten killed if we had helped them. But that would have helped us from seeing another thing like that. Why didn't you and your followers then, Mr. Muhammad, take revenge for such? The reason I did not take no part in it because they had asked me out before they got killed. I spoke about them before ever they got into this death-killing stuff. They came to my house. When I spoke about them in our paper, he asked me not to write no more about them. So just keep your paper and don't put us in it. See? And so I said, okay. And I didn't even until today. So God told me to let them go ahead and do it. And I let them, and they about wiped out. I knew this group was coming, so I went on, and I taken myself in my house and put my mouth in my own paper, said nothing about them, because they didn't appreciate it. They don't appreciate it even today. But tomorrow they will. I say, brothers and sisters, some of our people are so dumb that God Himself can't help them. That's right. They are so dumb to the knowledge of good that they won't accept God because they don't know God. And they consider God as just something of a talk. But they will soon know it's coming to pass. And I say to you, oh brothers, fly to Allah for refuge in this day and time. It's awful, the thing I see coming. Think over storms and earthquakes, cold weather, that the scientists keep telling you it's on the way. It's over here in such and such state. It's all. Yes, sir. Cold is going to be so terrific here one of these days that you can hardly breathe. Well, death walking down your nostrils, freezing your lungs up, and you're breathing tubes to your lungs. This is on its way to America. And that you will find heat from the sun that will be so terrific that you can't breathe it, that you'll be running, seeking hiding places to find a cool breeze. That's on its way. As sure as I stand before you, these things is bound to hit America. Earthquakes are a thing is terrible, because it don't give you no place for refuge. Shaking on your feet and you don't know when it's going to make a crevice that will drop you a mile deep into the earth. It can open his mouth and swallow you up, says the Holy Quran. And I said to you, my beloved, that the day is closer for these things than you really think. I would not have been risen up in your midst to warn you of these things if they was not coming to pass soon. There is no other messenger or prophet coming after me. I'm the last one of those people. No more after me. No warner will ever come after me. The only warner that will come after me is that one that you read there in the Bible, that the book says he went and placed one foot on the sea and one on dry land. And he lifted up a trumpet. And his words was, I will be. The time that you know it, I will soon know no more. And that man will have his foot in those positions because he's going to cut a short in gravity. So Allah taught me. We had read it, but we didn't know how he was going to bring it about. He said, the way he will do, he'll cut a shortage into gravity like a shortage get in these electric wires here, and they blow off. And that when he do that, all the air over land will burst in a flame of fire. And the water there will be no burst of flames over it, but over the land. And that these flames will leap up into space 12 miles. They'll be that high. Nothing but a flame of fire. Burning the atmosphere, or the atmosphere that we breathe now will become a flame of fire. So these things is now pointing at our home here in America. He said this is the only part of the earth that fire will actually cover. The other part of the earth will not be covered with fire. And that it will burn, he said, for 390 years. This part of the earth of ours will burn 390 years. Nobody will be able to stay here or come here with a flame of fire cutting through with atmosphere 12,000 miles. You must remember. That's a terrific flame of fire. No, not 12,000, pardon, 12 miles. But that'll clean us up. After you get 12 miles up into space, you don't have no good air to breathe. You have to close you in. Something in it gives you oxygen. So my beloved brothers and sisters, who that have been listening to the truth of the judgment, I want you to get ready now, not to wait like the people of Lot, people of Noah. Don't wait for the last minute, because there nobody love us but God. They don't want us. We are too ignorant and disgraceful of self and others. They don't want us. Nobody wanted us, he said to me, but himself. It was him, the one that wanted us. He said, if it had been left with them, he said, the other saints would not give no chance for this devil at all. He said they would have killed him as soon as his time was up, because that they had been waiting for the time. He said they was ready. He said some of the boys, young men, teenagers and whatnot, so they go around in circles singing a song. Take me to North America. Take me to North America. Land me on the shore of Tennessee. I promise my Allah I will not return until I push the devils in the hells. Now think over it. That's how much they love you. They love you in me. And they hate the devil for mistreating us. I was sitting in Syrian airport. Once I was there leaving, and I was talking to the devil. No, pardon me, I wasn't talking to the devil. I was talking to a Muslim that was half owner of the airport. He and his father on the other hand. And he told me, he said, Mr. Muhammad, no, Brother Muhammad, he said, we knows everything that goes on among you and your people over there. He says, if I just had the chance to go to America so I could fight for you all till I die, he said, I wouldn't want to come back here. He said, I'd just like to go there and just fight for you all. And he was crying when he said that. Think about people love you and you don't love them. That they would come and fight to the death to save you and me. Just think over these things. And that you, when you see one, you laugh at him. And his heart full of love for you. But they know they cannot talk to you. So it'll make sense. Because you don't know yourself and them either. So, I saw the man and my son Herbert and my son Akbar looking at that man crying over us. He's sitting in his own airport. These style of homes are style that the architect is building for me over there in front of my house. I choose them from residents that I found there in Damascus. And I told him I wanted some. But he have added so they're even better and more beautiful. They love you and me. This architect, he's trying to build me some of the finest homes that the Western Hemisphere ever saw built. Well, that's the truth. You ask any white man, he says he never saw no houses like them in the West. Well, Allah says money, good homes. Those are good homes over there. Good homes. Each one costing $400 or more $1,000. That's a mighty home. That's a mighty home. And the one on the corner is costing $1 million. So this fulfilled what he promised. He says money, good home, friendship. Well, I'm having that. I have friendship in you. And the houses is coming up from Allah. You can't say you're not my friend because I'm your friend and Allah sealed the friendship with His love. We want to, and we're going to build from 78th Street all the way down to 87th Street. We're going to make you a beautiful south side. It's all drawn out. One of our building engineer brothers have taken it up to begin the first one here in 7800 block. He's a building engineer of ours who have a great record of doing good building, or build good buildings. So we're going to let him build all for us if his skill in building is what he said. So soon you will see your brother there digging Well, he said he's moving up his machineries now. We don't talk and talk and talk like Christian people. What? Christian people talk and do nothing. We talk and we work to accomplish what we desire. And this is going into effect there. The man have already moved up some of his machines. You will see your black brother going into the ground then this coming week. I was so glad to meet the brother, I didn't know what to do. I love for you to help me, but don't say you're going to help me and not able to do it. You say you're putting us behind like that. I know the devil. You come to him for material, he'll ask you, what are you carrying? So where are you building it? And if you say for Elijah Muhammad over on Cottage Grove, he may not like it. I know I don't have anything. And if I had it, I wouldn't sell it to you for him. To break our friendship. But happen, some of them don't mind. Because they know if Elijah is building that kind of building, you're enriching our city. See, that's what they know. So, down at the City Hall, they have great respect for me because I'm doing something to make the city look so much better. You must be hungry.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he said he is. He come and told me the time, so I told him he must be hungry. So he said, yes, sir. But you must remember, these is hungry for truth. So, professors, this is what I want you to help me in. Help us to build a side, up the south side, up for ourselves. So we have a little taste of heaven.
Yes, sir.
Like the north side have for themselves. Let us make our people to be respected here on the south side.
Yes, sir.
Take the woman in at night. Don't leave out here for show-off for yourself and strangers. Take and run her in home. Not right now, I will tell you. Make it in trouble, even with the husband. My wife stay out long as she wants to. You got nothing to do with her coming in, nigger. That's the way they will talk to you. So you wait till I tell you. When I tell you, you can do it. Thank you. You won't have to run her in if she keep coming here. She'll go in herself.
That's right.
Yeah? She don't want to be out here where she's insulted. And then she'll make fun of you.
Yes, sir.
What kind of husband do I have? Don't try to protect his wife. Yeah, I know women. They'll make fun of you if you can't protect them. So, let's fix her up so that she'll even be ashamed to come out at night, walking around in the streets among insulting people. We must get up from out of this savage caves that we're in here in America. We must get up out of that stuff if we want to be respected as equal human beings on the face of the earth. Who wants you in their homes? Who wants you in their cities? They're not going to let you disgrace them. Over in Asia, I have been to cities. They wouldn't let your wife walk about at night in the streets. She have to go in. She might change some brother's mind. So the policeman will run you in or put you in jail. So this is what we need. Then we can look at our wives and be happy that they are our wives and not somebody else's sweetheart. Join me and help me to put the nation on top. That's all we need. We need to get up out of the human filth that we're in, push ourselves up, and pull up the others. This is what we need. Our women is not as hard to make clean and truthful, brother, if we go after them right.
That's right.
Don't go after them with sticks and guns and knives. They will obey you when they see that they have a husband that is upright, clean, and want them to be clean. They will voluntarily come on in with you, because they will soon see you is getting respect, and they are not. I'm going to see if I can't find something else to say. Thank you. I thought you was going to say, ooh. You know, a person having the access to same thing daily, when you bring him some more of it, it is not in a way, nothing new. And therefore, he said, I've been hearing this all the while. So this is the way the old Muslims are here. They will say, But the new Muslims say, yes.
That's right.
That's because the old one's been listening at it a long time. But they will tell you quickly that I have enjoyed listening at it. That's why they can't keep me away from here. That's what I learned here. It makes me happy outside and easy to get along and with the world. And then I start teaching others of the world that has not learned what you have taught me, Muhammad. And then I feel like I ought to just stay out here and teach my people. Oh, now let me see, do we have any other labels that I should present to the people before we dismiss them, so they will know you? Come on, sisters, come on, don't be ashamed. Assalamu alaikum. You may be seated. My beloved sisters and brethren, I am very happy and thankful to Allah that we have met again, and that we hope
that Allah has met also with us. We have been trying to gather the whole nation of the black man in America to be right here with us today or somewhere, just so long as they are with us. And we have not failed to meet our people. They have failed to meet us. We are very happy that few that Allah gives us, regardless if it's 1 or 1 million or 100 million. Whatever He gives us is what He wants. And we are happy that He wanted us. That is present. We are living in such time that we know not where we are going to escape to, only in the place where He's at. If we are believers, then we will be where He is. Brothers and sisters, the time is changing so fast until I hardly know what to say to you from last Sunday. Many things have changed since last Sunday. It is changing minutely, hourly, and that we are a people who have no home. We are living in enemy's home. The only way that we can have a home, we have to remove someone to take us a home. I think you that is visiting us today, all you professional people that visit us yesterday, you cannot say that you have understood us for one day's hearing. You must remember, professors, that you don't get a degree here on one visit. You didn't get a degree from the college nor universities in one day of this civilization. Some of us jumped to a conclusion too early. That's due to your lack of knowledge in what we are doing, and don't care to spend too much time in trying to learn. But I would like to say to you, my beloved, that this visiting us to hear what we have to say, it is to visit the builders of a new foundation for you, a new home. You don't have one, and we are trying to show you how to build one. Every man, as it is written, must go to his own. If you don't have no own, you better try and seek a own. even though it be somebody else's own. But you better try and find a way out of America. America is about to be destroyed. The America that we has known is about to be taken away from her. She's not going to tell you, so God taught me, until you see it on your heels. Then you'll jump and say, he said to me, I believe that fire will burn. The white man of America is not going to tell you how close his doom is. You will get proud and want to get even with him. And that's right. We will believe that we are safe and trying to get even with him if we know the exact time. But he's not going to tell you. He's very close to his doom at this present hour. But he's not telling you. He's wanting you to believe that he have yet a long future. He don't have one. The white man was not put on the earth to live forever. It's a new people among us that was made, not created. I want you to understand this. You and I are created people, but the white man is not a created people. He is a made people. You and I have a long, long old birth record. It's so long that we cannot tell you when we was born. But the white man, he is a man that our scientists made here recently, 6,000 years ago. That's no more than talking 6 hours in the face of the ancient scientists. He's a very late man. You used to think and was told that we all was created together, alike. No, we was not created together, nor are we alike. They are different from us. And you're different from them. So don't get that old idea that God created it all from Adam. See, this is the ignorant teaching and the misunderstanding that you think that God made us all the same time and all alike. And God loves us all. You're mistaken. There was two gods in this kind of making. One made an evil man and another made a good man. Or allowed a good man to remain. The evil man began 6,000 years, and the good man, we black people, have no birth record. God didn't create us 6,000 years ago. No, sir. As God have taught me, and the person of Master Farad Muhammad, to whom praises is due forever, that we was here millions of years before white folks came. Millions of years. No such thing as we all came together. Did you know that would have been a pretty tough job on the maker, to make a black man and a white man at the same time? Just think over that. It'd be a tough job. But he had the black man here for millions and millions and trillions of years before we had a white man. And the white man was made by the black man. So God taught me, easy to understand. He was made through grafting, not say, here stand up black man, here stand up white man, like we used to think, from the dust of the earth. You must understand that that also have a meaning. It don't mean that a man was made from actually dust. That's science. The science means this, that he's made of the weaker and the lower character of the black man. And that this God have given to me to explain to you that which you do not know and do not understand. Oh, you say, oh, I know all of that. Well, I known you way back yonder too. You and I used to pick cotton together. And in those days, both of us was the same. I didn't know no more than you. But today, God have taught me a little more than what I learned in those days. And I'm trying to teach you the new things that He has taught me, and wishes that you will understand. Show you how simple truth is to be ferret out from untruth, unnatural things. That's what we have been believing on, is the unnatural. When we say unnatural, we mean that this is something that does not apply to nature. So I want you to get away from that old belief of unnatural. We want to learn and teach the thing to the unlearned. That is natural. It is by the law of nature. Drunk offering a God up in the sky is foolishness. No God up there for us. There is no such thing as a spirit is going to come after you, take you to heaven in a place. No. Get away from that belief, brother and sister. It is untrue. You're not going anywhere but to the earth where you came from. You can't go up in the skies. What are you going up there for? Your home is on the earth. You were born out of the earth, not out of the skies. I believe that I heard that I have some of my good brothers and sisters visiting us from down north. And I'm very glad to meet you because I was born down north myself. You know, it is down north. This is North America. So I'm not making a mistake. It is not South America, but North America. So anywhere that you live on this side of Panama, or this side of South America, you are in North America. Thank you. I know you will agree with me.
Three dignitaries that are visiting us today. And this is the note he told me to give you on the fruit.
We have lots of things that we would like to pass around to you. I must say this to those who are publishing and carrying our paper around. You must remember, if you show the sign of being discouraged and trying to get a paper out to our people with the news in it that I have never read before in you. The Muhammad Speak newspaper, when you purchase that paper, it's like buying a book. But you are so disinterested in your own that you glance at it and go on. Don't care whether anyone else look at it or not. You are disinterested people on the whole. Such news going around in your hands over this doctrine, continent they call North America. It is a shame that you get disinterested so quick. Don't want to sell the paper even if we pay you $1 paper to sell it. This is awful. We should take the paper and run with it. Some of the paper is unequal to other publications sometimes of the same. But nevertheless, we don't tarry long before we have another one out there with everything you want to read of. Excuse me, I kind of saw that once upon a time when I was a young man. I saw them loading the locomotive up with wood. And they would feed it with that kind of fuel for it to make it run. Now we see them loading these kind of vehicles up with gas. They make faster time. Okay, we want to load up ourselves with education that will make faster time and getting over to the educated people. We have people visiting us that we are very proud of, hope they are proud to visit us and to see what we are doing. We have with us Professor Frank Clark, Health Center Administrator of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And we thank you wherever you are at. You may stand. Let us all see what you look like. Here he is over here. We thank you that you are not too proud to visit us. Most of the professors that don't visit us, they are a little proud. Here is Miss Swindler, not Swindler, but Swindler. Thank you, sister. Miss Swindler, she's not going to swindle you out of nothing, brother. Don't worry. Is from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. She is a teacher. And teachers is what we want and what we need. You can't get no place this day and time with no education. We must be taught education, and it must be of the best. This is why I tell you that our schools must take on the best teachers that it can find. We cannot go along with no second-grade teaching. We have to have number one first-grade teaching that will compete with the civilized world. And this is what we must employ here in Chicago in Temple number 2. We must have the best, to be the best. We can't go along with the worst, discarded things of education, because that's the only thing that builds us up over the world or with the world. It is a good education. It is a good teacher that have that good education to teach us. We must work hard to try to support them so that they can deliver to us what they have in their heads. Don't never be stingy with supporting an educator. They must be supported so that we can be supported. So we think the educator and the teacher of the educator. You must not get proud and want to be dignified over the teacher. Let the teacher grow you up to that. And she will teach you what she knows. And if she teaches you what she knows, well, then you are equal. But if she can't get to you, then you will never be her equal. Let's stand upon the firm foundation of Islam. It is freedom, justice, and equality. To be equal, then you must know what the other fellow knows. Mrs. Swindler from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Chicago have many posters for you if you are the proper teacher.
Yes, sir.
I'm a kind of fellow that I am very hasty at times. And I'm a kind of fellow that I'm very slow at times. When a man feeling for something, he can't be too fast. Last I remember once, my brother and I, we was fishing. and he pulled out a fish out of a hollow of a tree in the water. I went there and I went to pull, and I pulled at the wrong thing. So I said, I'm never going to be so fast to run behind the other fishermen reaching for fishes in hollows. When I saw a snakehead peep up on the water, I didn't want no fish. The FOI must remember that every paper they sell, they are making money two ways. And in the two ways, we would like to be the winner of one, if not both. We also have here Miss Billy Webb, a designer, Chicago, Illinois. Mr. Curtis Porter, he's a program director. I guess he's a good fellow for me. I'm not in a hurry, don't worry. Miss Billy Webb, designer. Mr. Curtis Porter, program director. I may call on you to have just a word or so to say, to see what you think of our design here. The black man must either take his home back that he was robbed of, or he must go elsewhere and find him a home. This is a time that everybody is trying to go for self. And if self don't have nothing, self better get after something for self. To tell you what has been told to me of God, He have come here to take you away from your enemies and sit you in a heaven, not to carry you no place, but give you a heaven right here. Not to go off and die, no, stay alive and get into heaven here. This is really ignorant teaching, to teach a man to die to go to a place that he can go while he lives. We have heard in the past that heaven is something you go to. No, sir, heaven is not something that you go to. Heaven is something that you make. It is like hell. You don't go no place to go to hell. You get that here. And both heaven and hell is in the same place. Everywhere is good until you make it evil or no good. There is no bad place to go to. All the places is good. You makes them bad when you go to them. No such thing. as a good place. Human being makes good and bad places. If you are no good here, if there was a good place, why you want to go to that good place and make it like you? Bad. We shouldn't do that. We have much that we want to talk about. With the governments of the earth now at odds against each other, if we want to join some of them, we better know surely what we are about to join. We have gone out to try to do something good for you. We have, at the present time, ordered a shipload of better fish for you and at a lower price than you could get here. I'm never forgetting you, night nor day. I cannot. When the job is put upon me by God to lift you up out of the poverty condition that you're in. We want heaven for our people in North America. Going to get it with the help of Allah. As you see, we are digging out for foundation here in 7800 block on Cottage Grove. One of our black contractors is going to build us a mighty nice building there. And you will see in a few days they will be digging out further down Cottage Grove. And you will see them around here digging to beautify this yard here. We're going to make heaven wherever we are. We have built 4 or 5 houses there across the street in front of us, 48 and 47 Woodlawn. You go by there and you will see the type of buildings that we have built and continue in this way, that you will say, I believe those buildings will make me feel like I'm in heaven. Go across and look in one. Never have you seen no such building in America. And I want you to live in that type of building in America. These are samples of the homes in which Allah promised you and me. I want you to live in them. You back me up like he's doing. It won't be after you die, it'll be while you live. We have been under the feet of white folks so long that we have almost become hopeless of ever getting out from under his feet. But don't be like the dry bones that example of what we look like a dried bone, a senseless person, don't have any knowledge of self. All his knowledge is gone, and his hopes is gone. He believes he is a bona fide do-nothing, and there will be anything. So I say, get up from that. You are not hopeless. And they said, our hopes is lost, and we are cut off from our part. You are not. This part that the other fellow claimed his is your part. You're not cut off. Let's wake up and get out of the thought that there is nothing for us. There is plenty for us when we are the originator, our Father, of heaven and earth. What we look like talking about we don't have nothing. We have plenty. A little skunk just came about here the other day, 6 days ago, smelling up the community. And you ran away from your arm, thinking that he is the boss. He's not the boss, not in nothing, but what you smell of him. Now he can be that boss. I don't want to be the boss of a skunk smell. I certainly will get out of the way of him till I can find something to get him out of the way.
Yes, sir.
You should remember that black could not have been behind white, because it's just impossible to take white out of black. But you can take white out of black, but not black out of white. This makes you be the first. Regardless to what people say, you are the first. Because we can't make this our color from white. No, sir. It has been experimented many times by the enemy to see if he could not claim first too, or equal as first. But he can't do it. It's impossible. Now he's going up. Allah opened up the heavens, as the Holy Quran teaches you, to let him go up there and peep in, and then bring him down to the bottom of hell. Because he's not able to stay up there. He's not able to stay nowhere, only where Allah permits him to stay. Then Allah takes him away from that at will. Anytime he will, he take him away. Oh, the white man go to the moon. Yeah, but what is the moon? It's our moon. He didn't find there where he made anything. No, he didn't make nothing up there on that moon. We made it. Let him go and peep at it. Now he's making instruments to look at the civilization on Mars. Well, when he see what's on Mars, he won't see no mark of his. It's our Mars, our people, so God have taught me, and that he didn't know they was there until just a few days ago. He used to look at Mars and just call it a star, and that's all. But our fathers made it with some type of intelligent beings like ourselves. They walk on 2 feet or hinds. They are not animals. They are intelligent people. The marks that we see on Mars is not from an ignorant, silly, uncivilized person. They show signs of civilization. And they look something similar to us, not exactly, but they look similar. They walk on 2 feet, and they're not white folks. That shows you and teaches you that we of this planet, the black man is the first. Since we don't find no planet coming out with a super civilization over us. Tomorrow, people, they have civilization, but it's not equal with ours. So God have taught me. They're not our equal. We are their superior. They are superior in trying to live long time over us. This is just because we got so much sense we're crazy. That's right. We know too much. And we're always is experimenting to know more, learn more. These people, the nature teaches them to be satisfied with what they have been given by God, called nature. So they live, so God taught me, in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, 1,200 of our earth years, while we sit around here thinking we live in some time to get 50. That's right. We just live to get 50 years old. We think we have lived a long time. Exhausting the power of our thinking brains before ever that we get in the world good. Too fast. Having so much knowledge that we just exhaust our knowledge of seeking and testing that which we have, arrived at higher knowledge before we learn the higher places of wisdom and understanding. We are exhausting ourselves, racing with each other. So, my beloved brothers and sisters, I don't want you to think that I am here this afternoon to exhaust your patience. But what I am after trying to do for you, to get knowledge in your head that you never have had. I don't pretend to represent myself to you as a great knower. No, I'm just as common and unlearned as you, in a way. It's just... So, my beloved brothers and sisters, I don't want you to think
that I am here this afternoon to exhaust your patience. But what I am after trying to do for you, to get knowledge in your head that you never have had. I don't pretend to represent myself to you as a great knower. No, I'm just as common and unlearned as you, in a way. It's just God himself chose me after he found me here among you, and you among me. And he chose me to help bring to you his own wisdom and knowledge. So I'm trying to do that. We cannot boast of each other that we have more than you and I'm better than you. Never to get on that kind of subject. We're all is alike. But where we differ is that one talent by nature to be more quicker and eager to understand that which others is slow in understanding. So this is what is meant by God finding the stone that he needed. It was well qualified by being the stone that he wanted to use to build up our nation with. We are a nation. We used to call ourselves a race. Since the teachings and the coming of God in his teaching, the best knower, he has made us to understand that we are not a race of people, but we are a nation. A race is something that have a beginning and ending. But a nation is something that is standard, something that time and setting up postage to go between is not made for a nation. A nation cannot be measured by mileposts. It is a race, and this is why we call the white man a race, because they are racing with time to get to another post. And when he get to the last post, the sixth post declares his time, and that last post, number 6, is the end. There's no other post for him to reach to. My beloved brothers and sisters, as you don't know what kind of things I go through with. I work hard and I be tired. And I had come before you, I'm over anxious to talk with you. But my energy have a limit. I can't always teach you what I want to teach you due to an overbearing frame that has carried so much work. It is tired and wishes that I said to it, rest a little. All but was ready to tell it that this morning, but I heard that there was some of my brothers and sisters coming from the South, and that they were driving or flying to get here a long ways from their place to see and hear what I had to say here. Being over anxious to acquaint you with the rise of me from God among you, I want you to know that I am ready, willing, and loving to meet you. That is coming from Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, of the South, because I was born down there. And I want you to know and see what God has done for you in raising me up from among you. Thank you. I'm not raised here just to keep you company, but I'm raised up by Almighty God to do just what you find in the Bible, the parable says concerning God raising up someone to teach you. I'm that fellow. I am your Bible's Elijah that must come. That man, according to the Bible, he must precede God himself to make a way for God. What is this make way? It's to convert people to God that believes in the God that we are expecting to present himself among us. This man must have a knowledge of that God and must know that God, so that he can teach you what you may expect to be arriving. So he knows it. God acquaints himself with that man first. I was with God, the God that have the knowledge and power of the universe, for 3 years and 4 months, night and day. He and I was riding around in the streets of this city and in Detroit for 3 years and a half before ever that you could recognize that he was here with you. When he left, then I has been trying to acquaint you with him, with his visit, and the necessity of his visit. So today, we can gladly say that God has visited us in the person in person, not in a spirit form, but in flesh and blood. And he have taught me what he taught me. You ought to believe it or let alone. He's not a God to beg us. He's not out to beg for him of people. He's independent of us. He tells us the truth and tells us to take it or leave it. It's to our benefit if we accept it. It's to our destruction if we disbelieve it. We have always been like our enemy, proud, and believed in our enemy and not our friends. I know hypocrites of mine. They started out following me very nicely. And now they are not following me, only in words. So I say, you are putting yourself in a position to be not liked nor wanted. Go away from me, and you have no friend with God nor man. This is what I am telling you. Leave me, you have no friends with God nor man. I will repeat it. I am the door, I am the gate. I could easily say to you, when you seem to want to walk away from me, go right ahead, buddy. Go right ahead, sister. But you can't get to where you want to go. Hell or heaven. Unless you find yourself tangling with me. One thing about it, and why I speak like that, because you have been given to me. You don't belong to nobody now but me. The Bible and the Holy Quran teaches you that. Some symbolize the man as a door or gate, but nevertheless, I can gladly tell you that I has been given you for my people to take to God to make a new people out of you. And God says to me out of his own mouth, he says, the one that you put out, I'm not going after it. But you can't believe that. If you was wise enough, the very dissatisfied thought of me, of you, would hurt you. I don't want to hurt you. I want to save you. You may say, well, you got any power to save me? It's given to me from God. Nobody wanted us. Think over that. Every nation rejected us because we are too silly for them to try to civilize us. And they saw the hell with them. They're not but a few no way. That's what they say. Just think of President Nasser. When I was in Egypt while he was alive, he criticized me for wanting to teach you all. When all of that host of millions of Africa
he said, was to listen to you overnight. You'd have 1.5 million of people down in French West Africa. He said, you're not going to do nothing with those people, referring to you. Nobody wanted the job because you are devil proud and you are devil lovers, and these people, the devil is their enemies. They want to get them out of their country and take over for self. And you would drag them in and try to tell them that they are better than they are. Think over that. That's terrible. You know a snake will bite in the tight. That is more poison than others. And then you're trying to represent the most poisonous snake of all of them that I should love and respect. You actually teach his love of the devil. Because you love him and you think that he's just as good as anybody else. You have been poisoned, so poisoned by the bite of the enemy that you don't think he's poisoned because you have become absolutely sensitive to his bite. So, my beloved brothers and sisters, the time now is ripe that you rise up and accept your on from the south to the north and from the north to the south. Don't fear, my poor southern brother and sister. You are here, and God has risen me up to teach you and show you the way to him. And all that I can get to turn their faces to him is safe. As I am. I teach you that he's the blue-eyed devil behind his back and in front of his face. This is what God said he was. And he asked me, was I with him, to put you on top of civilization. I said, yes, sir, just back me up. He said, I'm with you. And he backs me up. And going out and coming in. I'm no more afraid. I'm afraid of nothing but Allah. You follow me, you won't fear. God don't want a coward. Because he's not a coward himself. And he don't want to enlist cowards on his book. No, you must be fearless. Like myself. You just do like me and I'm all right. Don't be the aggressor. Don't be the first to try to cause trouble. Because Muslim is not trouble risers. They are peaceful people. You don't have to show us your bravery by being the first to run out and knock a blue-eyed down. No. Don't attack. This is against the nature of the righteous. Righteous does not attack people that is not attacking them. Sometimes God lets you become a failure
to teach you a lesson. Throughout the history of man, we find where the man being unrighteous in the way of attacking civilization without causes, that he becomes the loser sometimes. So I said to you, my beloved brothers and sisters, let us build us up a nation that we have no equal. No nation before us has and did know how to do the things that we have. Now when that we have God ourselves in our midst, no people in the history ever had such. We say Moses had, but not like this kind of a God. Moses had a God, all right enough, but that God is not the equal of this one. Was not the equal. So I say we have the best. We have an eternal God, meaning that His wisdom is eternal. It will live forever. So let's make good of this. It would have been much unhandy for us to have gotten a teaching that was inferior to the enemy, and teachers that was equal, and he could strive hard to become the superior as well as we. But he can't never be our superior, because that we had the superior quality in us at the beginning, while his knowledge came out of our superior knowledge. Therefore, he can't never overtake us. I'm going to say to you, you have an offer that no people have never had before you, to become the superior of people. No people never had this offered to them. I want you to remember to be proud of the coming in the presence of our God, merciful God, who choosed us out of the mud and junk of the civilization that trampled upon us, caused us to become disliked, overlooked by civilization of the earth. So now you can stand up and tell the world that I'm myself again, and I love to be myself. Since we have these wonderful visitors present among us, we want them to know that we thank them for visiting us by asking them to come out and tell us what they think of us and our work that we are doing. So I'm going to call before us to have a word to say, or words, whatever she likes. Miss Billy Webb, designer, Chicago, Illinois. Miss Billy Webb. Come over here to this mic, Miss Well, here the mic. Or if you want to come up here, it's up to you.
I can thank the messenger this morning for allowing me the one privilege in all the years I've been a black woman to say when I walked through the plant at 25th and Federal that it was the first time in my life that I was glad that I was a black person. I saw working quietly, accomplishing something that I had never dreamed that I would see ever in this life. Since that time, I've had the privilege of communicating with him in his own home, eating his food and absorbing the wisdom, that ever-flowing wisdom. I still haven't been able to really capture how this fountainless, this boundless flow of energy and wisdom, where it comes from. And I guess this is what he's trying to do to me, to prove to me that Allah is more powerful than I myself. I've had the pleasure of working with several of his followers in your new import shop, seeing people work with humility, trying to accomplish what the messenger has set out for them to do, and I have offered a helping hand. I pray to God that I find the right tools to help in this effort to make black women more beautiful than they already are.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. You are a designer. And to design excuse me, help me to design our beautiful women to be more beautiful. I thank Allah for me as well. We not only was made ignorant by our enemies, but our enemies robbed us of our beauty appearance. So Allah is now helping us to get restored again to our beauty appearance that the enemy robbed us of. We also have Mr. Curtis Porter, Program Director. Will you stand and have a word to say to the audience, Mr. Porter?
I have very little to say except that I'm very proud to be here and have long recognized that Elijah Muhammad has laid the foundations of black knowledge in this century of the black man's life.
I thank you. I'm like the book said that Jesus. He went out in the morning and he went out in the evening, looking for someone to come in the vineyard to help him. So I'm like that saying goes. I'm looking for help morning and evening. I don't know whether I call out Miss Sanders Swindler or not. If I did, come on out. Let us look at you if nothing else. Miss Swindler is a teacher of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
I like to say this is my second time coming here to Chicago. First time I've enjoyed it, and the second time I have enjoyed it. My husband is President Nellie Fowler in Pittsburgh, and my little boy has been enrolled in the school, university at Pittsburgh, and I do hope in the near future to become a follower. I really enjoy the program. I have read his books, food, and everything. I really think it's a wonderful program. Thank you.
Thank you. We always is happy to hear someone among us speak something that is good for us. Something constructive, because we need to be rebuilt. And when I hear you teachers, you educators, say something, I listen closely at what you say to see whether or not that you have some of that mind that I have. Build up a waste and destroyed people. Put them back up again with better knowledge and what, or rather than that which caused their fall. We can beat the man that thrown us down. Then we don't intend to let him rise up no more. Yeah. Thank you. We have another sister here. I don't know whether I can call her name or not. Her name is Ms. Dorothy Reddick, I think. Is that the proper way to pronounce your name?
Reddick.
Mrs. Dorothy Reddick. She is a television writer, producer, director.
First of all, I'd like to thank you, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, for inviting me here. I do know one thing in the role of communications, that there are not enough blacks involved. I know that in communications that the man has all the power, he has all the stations, all the TV stations and radio stations, in which we definitely need, because it's a powerful tool. So I'm here today trying to see what kind of role I could play in the Muslims, maybe, in regards to getting involved or seeing what I could do to help in getting involved with the Muslims in regards to this effort, because we definitely need it. Thank you.
We have a Dr. Nichols here.
Here he is, dear Apostle.
Come over. We always need doctors wherever we go, because we are afflicted by our enemies. And we need doctors to help us in getting this affliction healed on us. Dr. Nichols.
First, I would like to say that we shall be ever grateful to Allah for having this opportunity to be able to hear the wisest man that the world has ever known. And as a physician in the other system right now, we see in living color every day many things that testify beyond a shadow of a doubt the need we have not only for a great medical center here in the city of Chicago, but medical centers all over this country. The Tuskegee experiment is just an example of many things like that that's going on in this country. We have mad neurosurgeons who want to cut out parts of the brain to tame prisoners who are considered violent by their standards. We have people at Rockefeller University who are giving sickle cell anemia patients cyanide infusions. When you see this kind of thing going on, and I could go on and on, ad infinitum, giving examples of what's happening, we know that the only choice we have is to get behind the most holy apostle, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I would like to say in conclusion, I would like to say now that I give with the deepest sense of humility and submission to the nation of Islam whatever I can do to help bring about this dream.
We thank the doctor. We being the first in the Son and before the Son, because it was our Father who created the Son. Love to see our people come forth and speak something pertaining to their greatness and the quality to be made greater in them. Therefore, we can say to the world and say to God that we are proud of ourselves that He created. We no more hate ourselves. The enemy had us hating our black self. Today we love our black self. We no more hate black, we hate white. You go to an ant bed, and if a white ant tries to cross a red ant bed, black ant bed, he will get killed. He'll never reach the other side. They don't allow mixing. So I said to you, if you see a white one coming across your step, try to get rid of him and tell him to keep off of my step. I don't mean to say you go kill him at this time. We have with us also a reverend, or I don't know, he could be just a missionary, but he thinks that I'm in error in what is that, brother? Many. in many of my statements. My brother, come on out and tell me some of them.
Greetings in our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ's name. I want to say this, first of all, that it was mentioned about Abraham. This is true. Our elder brother Abraham also had two sons. One son was born of the flesh. The second son was born of the Spirit. I am a child of the Spirit myself. Consequently, I do not put emphasis upon earthly things, other than the fact that I must have them in order to maintain my physical existence. My emphasis is put upon spiritual things. I love all my brethren. I love everything that our Heavenly Father has created. This includes the black so-called white man, red man, yellow man, brown, and my so-called black brothers. There is no such thing as black and white in the eyesight of our Heavenly Father. We're all His children. Now, this is when we are born of the Spirit do we become children of God. Because when we are in the flesh, we are children of Satan. We covet that which is upon the earth. We have no regard for our brothers, our sisters, or even the beasts of the earth. We trample upon each other without any disregard for what we do. Now, this is what we must put an end to. Not being disrespectful to you, brother. I believe that you are honorable, as you say. But I must remind you also that at your store, there are many things that you have priced higher than at other stores. You see? Now, if you had our black people so much at heart, then you should be able to be more lenient with your prices. Your prices are more exorbitant than the so-called white devil. You must bear this in mind. You tell us not to negotiate with the devil, but you must negotiate with him yourself. We do not need anyone to act between us and the devil if we want to deal with the devil. This is true. I believe that you are honorable, brother, but you are in error in many of your statements. You must also bear in mind that the injustice of man to man is the greatest injustice of all. And our Heavenly Father is tired of it. This is why the earth is in the condition that it is in now. Now, if we do not get together shortly, we are all going to perish together physically. And all of you who do not know a source greater than that of man, I urge you to open your heart and ask the disciple of the Son of God, of the Son of Allah, whatever you call that brother who is between us and that Heavenly Father, to come in your heart and direct you in the right path. You understand? Direct you personally. No man can save your soul for you other than our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. You must learn Him for yourself. You must. This is the time. And don't go around hating any longer. You see, because for the last 4.5 to 5 years, we have gone around saying how black beautiful is, black power, black is this. You understand? And yet we have been slaughtering each other the way worse than they've been doing at the stockyards. You understand that? And another thing, if we were so proud, I'm not saying that you, brethren, but this is something that we must tell the other brothers. You understand? Our Lord and Savior said, I am my brother's keeper. You see, we are our brother's keeper, and we must keep our brothers. You who are kept already, you who are aware of the divine power already, we do not need to get among ourselves and testify to the goodness of Allah or to the goodness of Jesus Christ. We must go out and save those who do not know. This is our charge, because we don't need to keep each other if we know already. We need to go and keep those who don't know.
If you're talking to me, brother, talk with me and don't be talking with the body.
Oh, okay, brother. Right order. Right order. I admit I'm out of order. Okay? Now, then you, as the head, must instruct them to go and be ministers or doctors or physicians to those who are sick. They do not need to minister to those who are well. They don't need each other. Doctors who are walking around who are healthy don't need each other, brother. The doctors need to go out into the field where the sick ones are. These are the ones who need us. We must bring them up. We must keep them. This is what
I think, brother,
right,
that you have a lot to make you aware and understandable to the truth, and to understand that which has placed us in truth. You are talking, I think, a little too fast. It's ahead of your knowledge, and you are leaving yourself there to be attacked, which I didn't come here to be attacked. We know that people who do not understand will speak that which they do not know because they did not get the knowledge of it. But when we meet them, a man like myself, been dealing with you for 42 years, I have all of these years experience your kind of a talk. If I had, with this simple knowledge that God have burst into me, heard a man, heard you speak what I am speaking, I would have tried to wait until I learned more of the man's speaking or teachings before I want to try to criticize and attack. I'm not here to criticize you. I know the weight of you. I'm not trying to criticize you. I'm trying to make you something that will be respected. And not try, you my brother. I don't want to criticize my own brother, which I am raised to raise him. I don't want I have been all over this country, and I have been over other countries. I have been in Africa, where we came from, and I have been in other parts of this earth where we didn't come from to be made slaves. And that when God raised me to teach you, He raised me not to criticize you, but to make you my brother. That's what He raised me for. And I'm trying to do that. I'm not trying to criticize you. You don't have what I have. And I am not particular about that which you have. If we want to act foolish while trying to act wise, we can't mix these together and they stand. They won't stand. I've been here in America all my life, and I have seen you and my people all my life, and I know what you know, but I don't want that now. I want us to lay hold to something better than what the slave masters taught our fathers. We are after something better. We want to be a better people. We don't want to show off to the world that we have something and then fight over it and criticize it
and make it look like nothing. We can stand over here and talk to through these mics to the people and make something look like nothing. Because we disgracing something for nothing. I'm not with you to talk to you in no such way. I come here to make brothers out of our people and not to go back dignifying that old stuff that the slave masters give our father. My work is to unite the black man in North America and all over the earth. As you will see a picture of the black man greeting each other from America around this earth. It's the head of our paper to teach you that we are for uniting and not for disuniting. Just because I can't preach like Paul, that I should cuss out the angels. No, I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to unite with both Paul and the angels. And I said, as long as we seek to study how to be a greater argumenter of each other, we'll never get no place in this world. I'm not here to do that. If you want to argue, then okay. I don't want to hear it. You can sit down. Be sane. Represent yourself as a sane person. If you said that you love your brother over in New York, okay, prove it to me that you love your brother in Chicago. We don't come for that. We don't come here to argue. If you don't like what I'm saying, you don't have to take it. So we don't have time to argue, brother, and you may take your seat. You may take your seat. We don't have time to argue. As you may know, all of you that is sitting here, that this is a thing we are so commonly known. In our midst all the time there is people who would like to let the speaker know that I don't like you. Well, the speaker knows that. And the Holy Quran, it teaches Muhammad that Allah make for him an enemy in every town he's going. That's to keep them always aware that you cannot get by without having enemies. Dissatisfied. And there is those type of people that always want to make themselves heard and seen and heard. Well, it's all right so long as that you are helping the people. But when you are not helping the people, we don't care to see you nor hear you. As the judgment nears, people's heart hardens. But this is to be endured because the scripture cannot be fulfilled unless
these things go on. You can't go down there trying to fish out of the lake, handling them with your hand without getting thin once in a while. Yes. So I am not in a way dissatisfied. I've been catching, thinning fish out of the lake of hell for many years. I'm not in a way discouraged. I know I'm going to be the winner. Allah has given to me the victory before ever you ever saw me. So, when I hear you talk, I know who you are. And I'm not in a way surprised. The only thing that I'd be surprised of you is when you don't say nothing and showing respect. Then I get happy, knowing then I have a people before me that will unite with me. My job is not to argue with you, no, because I know I have the key. And you argue, but yet you can't get out unless I let you out. So at this time, I'm going to ask you, if there's anyone that would like to say something or ask a question, anything that you want to do, you want to tell me something, or you want to ask me something, you may stand and do so. I'll come up to the mic.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Oh, Holy Apostle, I thank you very much for giving me the pleasure of speaking at this time. And I would like to speak in behalf of all that you've been doing for the last 40 or so years. My name is Brother William. I'm not going to tell you my last name because every time I think of my last name or have to use it, I become ashamed of it. Before I was proud of my name, but now I'm not. Only thing I have to say is that just like the brother minister Yusuf Shaw said Friday, that you're either going to represent one of these two things. We had a brother that spoke not too long ago. We all know what he represented. Just look up on the board. Ever since I've been born, and you out here in the audience have been born, you've been under this. It's time for a change. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Sir, and I'm very hoarse because I've been up several days fasting on your wisdom. And so I would say, me being the simple is, of your sons. Because I would adopt you, sir, if you would not adopt me. Nonetheless, I realize you are building that beautiful city whereupon I might be just a little late getting to the gate. But if that be that way, I will be that dog outside whining for my master.
My dear beloved brothers and sisters,
good afternoon, everybody. My daughter's with you all. I haven't been with you. I mean, I have wanted to learn. I've always wanted to learn more wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. I am a Southerner from birth. I would like to become one of you. I'm having all kind of problems. I imagine part of it is sin, the other I don't know. But I would like very much to become a part of you, and I would like to learn how to do this.
Secretary, you saw and heard what she said.
Yes, sir.
Take care of her.
Yes, sir, dear
Get her
Pastor.
on the right road.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes. Give your name to the secretary, and he will take care of you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, brother.
I'm glad and pleased to have this opportunity to speak to you, sir. I was here last Sunday from Lansing, Michigan, Bill Beckwith. I've been processing since June of this month, which you know in some cases you must print in place of writing. And in this case I did in place of writing. And the letter came back and I sent another one. I haven't heard anything else since.
How long that been ago?
The second letter, sir?
How long that's been since you wrote your last one?
The first one was in June. The second was about 3 months later. Yes, in September. And this makes my 5th time over. I had my family over last week, and my boy, maybe you might have saw him, he was sick with a foot
Sister
ailment.
Marguerite? Is she here? Hmm? Okay, you give this sister that's coming out
Yes, sir.
all of
Yes,
the
sir.
details of your trouble in this apartment.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
I would really like to address the brother that came up and spoke. What I wanted to say is it really hurt me to see you talk like you talked in front of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad when there are black people coming here already corrupted. And then you speak like you are. We already are sick people. We don't want to do right anyway. It don't take too much for us to sway away from right because we don't want to do right. It's hard to do right. Now, I really felt like wanting to come up and maybe hit the brother. Or knock him down or something.
Well, sister, we know and we feel these things, but we have to endure them until the people have come to the light.
Yes, sir.
of the truth.
I know, like, we don't have a lot of knowledge, and he just showed us just how much we do
Yeah,
have.
but we overlook it.
I want to say good evening to everyone and to the messenger. This is my second time being here, and my first time hearing you. You are from the Almighty God. There's a question I'd like to ask you, because I've heard this when I was a little child, from my great-great-grandmother, that when our people were first brought here, that the slave master would whip them so that they had to put their heads on the wash pots. Now, if you can answer this question, then I know you are truly from the Almighty. What religion that they had then, that they didn't have Christianity, and that didn't know Christianity?
They had what that God in their nature had taught them in Africa. That's where our parents came from. They came from that continent you call Africa. And whatever they wished of, which was many things that they worshiped, being lost from the right way for a long old time themselves. And there are so many still there lost from the right way. They even offers me great sums of money to come there right away and help them. And if I don't hurry to them, they come here in America to see me. And so these things must come about as the prophets predict them. We cannot get over the truth to all of our people which has been lost from the truth by European devils. European devils have trodden our land in Africa, and we that is here and has been here, being guided by them, all in a bad condition. But those who have ears and will allow their spiritual ears to listen to truth, they will become wise, and they will help other dead souls without the knowledge of truth to rise up and understand the truth. The African people, they oft-times visited me here in America and trying to get the knowledge that I'm teaching. They invited me to come to their country all the time. Hardly a week passed, because that they never heard this truth. England and those other branches of knowledge of our people in Europe has raped them. And when they hear this, they are really happy to hear it. And quickly they invite me to come. Quickly I tell them that I have a job here to do, and these people here is in the crossfire, and I must get them out of the crossfire as God raised me up to do. And by raising these up, they will help me to get to you there. How quickly they're going to fly to their old homeland to tell what they have heard in the new country. So we are making very great success in doing this with the help of Allah. He is helping us. So you don't have to worry, my dear sister. These things will accomplish the will of God, returning our black people back into their honor and returning the devil back into his well-bought doom. Hellfire is for him. We can't use him no more.
Well, I too would like to become in this nation.
Well, the secretary. The secretary will take care of it.
Yes, sir.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Holy Apostle, I have a question that I'd like to, advice. Since I've been processing, I've ran into a lot of discouragement and people trying to make it hard for me. But I know where I belong, and nothing is going to discourage me from that. I work at Presbyterian St. Luke's Hospital. When I first started processing and wearing my garments, the devil told me that I had to take the rag off my head and go comb my hair. Well, I said, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to leave. So she didn't want me to leave because somebody had to take care of the sick people there. The other day, which was Wednesday, a brother brought his 3 children in for lead poisoning. And I was taking them to the emergency room. And they have a Gestapo there called security. And one of the security guys had made a statement before about how could I be a Muslim when all niggas were Baptists. And I ignored him. But the other day he snatched my headpiece off my head. And I didn't like it at all. I was supposed to be going back to work today, but I'm not going. I need somewhere to work. I have a child that I have to support. But I don't have to put up with that over there with them devils.
We don't want to break out of the principles of civilization to act a fool. But I say, sister, whenever people act like that by you, you try and get out of their midst. Leave them to Allah. Don't stay in their midst. That's the best thing we do. These people which is playing their last game will soon be out of our eyes. We are tried with these temptations, but we don't want to accept them at the present time when we know what is going to become of this world. If we can just hold our peace for a few days, everything will be over with. And you'll be happy.
I was going to ask you, in the Miami Speaks, there's always an article in there about secretaries wanted. I'm a secretary and I'm needed. I need a job.
Just a minute. She says she's a secretary.
Yes, sir. She says she's a secretary, sir. She said she is a secretary. Yes, sir.
Oh, yes. Well, you're in a good place to go to work.
Yes, sir.
Honorable Elijah Muhammad, brothers and sisters, this is the first time in my life that I've been so completely filled with admiration and respect for one of the greatest black men of the world. It hurt my heart too when our brother spoke as he did. But those of us who are strong in heart and those of us who have seen the true light need not be deterred by thoughts and actions of people less fortunate than ourselves. It is very hard, Honorable Elijah Muhammad, to understand how a person could mar the beauty of such a marvelous place and a marvelous people. For 40 years, I've done a drama of the story of the otherwise man, and no man depicts that story as well as I have lived with it than the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And it is my hope this year that, if it is possible, I can do that in costume with music as a benefit for your great hospital of the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, assalamu alaikum, your Holy Apostle.
Walaikum salam.
I just come up before you to bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is his true and last divine servant. My name is Billy 4X. I just received my X yesterday, and I give praise and honor to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad is the only man that can do the job that he was sent here to do for us. He's the only man that is doing the job that he is doing for us. Just by looking at us, you can tell that he is the man that's doing this for us. He's the only man that can bring us out of the alley, out of the gutter, pull the needle out of our arm, the bottle out of our hands, raise our children up off pork. All praise due to Allah for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. There's no man but Allah. Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. We are thankful to Allah for such speakers who speak shows us that they are entering into the knowledge of that which they was deprived of by our enemies. And that's the knowledge of self and the knowledge of our enemies, their selves. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
In the name of Allah, the all-wise, true and living God, to whom we can never give enough praise and thanks, for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. My name is Brother Eugene 3X from Atlanta, Georgia, Temple number 15. I've been following the Honorable Elijah Muhammad since July 26, and I can never give enough praise to Allah. I pray to Allah each second, each minute, each hour, each day, each week, each month, and each year to bring me into the knowledge of Islam and to teach me the way to be a righteous Muslim. We've been dead for years, and through your presence and through your guidance, dear Holy Apostle, I have been pulled out of the mud. I was in the mud for years. I was on dope. I was running after the skunk. And I found myself coming into the Nation of Islam, becoming a man. When I saw this sister come up, and say that the devil had pulled her headpiece off, it caused anxiety within me. It made me want to tell this sister to follow the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and believe in his teachings.
Praise be to Allah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
My dear beloved brothers and sisters, I have enjoyed a very happy, friendly, and lovely evening with friendly and lovely brothers and sisters. And I pray Allah that you carry what you have heard out of here to our other brothers and sisters, that we may have the honor of having them in our present next meeting. Thank you so very much. So may the God of truth and the God of power, the God of justice and equity, go with you until we meet again and continue to go with us. As I say unto you, Assalamu alaikum.